Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're doing all sorts of stuff. So let's take a look at what we're doing in today's schedule. So let me go up here. All right, so this is Friday, TGIF everybody, and Brian's GGS. Hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're doing 4 topics today, as is per usual over on this stream. The first thing we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about some famous hackers. So today we're going to be talking about Kevin Mitnick, the world's most wanted hacker, and we're going to be talking about this famous hacker and what they did, and we're going to be doing a little bit of OSINT, open source intelligence, to learn all about this person. Okay, so that's the first topic for today. The second topic, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs after school. So this is a series of classes or courses that cover some very basic cybersecurity topics, and we're going to be talking about Python programming basics. We're going to be going on for about, I think it's somewhere between 8 sessions and 10 sessions, and we're just going to be talking about the very basics of how to program using Python. See, Brian says, I have a hacking Instagram and I post about him. Oh, Kevin Mitnick, awesome, nice to hear, Brian, thank you. So let's see, that's the second topic we're going to be doing today. We're going to be talking about Python and how to do Python programming. So if you're looking for some instructions on how to start with Python, this is the course for you. Okay, so topic number 3 is free hacking stuff. We're going to be doing some software hacking challenges over at the OLIcyber.it website. So OLIcyber is an Italian CTF website. It's all about challenges that teach you about cybersecurity concepts. So we're going to be doing some software hacking. So that's going to be binary hacking and reverse engineering, and that's what we're going to be doing in our third topic for today. And our last topic of the day, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking, Windows Active Directory. We're going to be continuing the lab that we did last time called Building Magic from the HackSmarter labs. So that's going to be hacksmarter.io. Is it .io? I thought it was .org. Let me take a quick look. Oh, it is .org. Okay, I got that wrong. Apologies. Okay, so everybody, let's go ahead and start the first topic. It's going to be the Cyber OSINT party talking about Kevin Mitnick. Let's put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we will start our investigation. Let's start. Okay, so I have a document over here. We used to do a very regular segment over at HackerFrogs, and that was called the Cyber OSINT party. So it's basically doing some open source intelligence to learn some things about, well, in this case, people, but we also did open source intelligence to learn about different events and all sorts of other cybersecurity topics. So the document that we're going to be referencing is this one over here, and let's go ahead and start our investigation. We'll be using a lot of different resources for learning about Kevin Mitnick, but let's go ahead and edit this file. Okay, a little bigger. Okay, so let's see. So the research date is today. Well, I was supposed to do this on August 5th, 2024, but well, it's not 2024 anymore. It is September, what is it today? September 19th? Ethical hacking, hi, nice to see you here. All right, so let's go ahead and start our investigation. So who is this person? This person is Kevin Mitnick. I think one of the primary sources we're going to use for learning about Kevin Mitnick is Wikipedia. You know, a long time ago, people used to be very, very down on using Wikipedia as a source, and I guess it's become more accepted these days. Anyways, Kevin Mitnick, here we go, American hacker. So a lot of people don't know that Kevin Mitnick passed away a couple of years ago. So it's just over 2 years now, and so Kevin Mitnick was an American computer security consultant, author, and convicted hacker. So let's I think, are we okay with the light mode for Wikipedia, or would you rather me switch over to dark mode? Let us know. Okay, so this is Kevin David Mitnick. I didn't know that was their Middle name. Okay, so Kevin David Mitnick, great. And what about their aliases? So we know that all good hackers have a bunch of pseudonyms that are associated with them. So who should we try asking? I guess we could try asking Claude AI. So I'll ask Claude AI about Kevin Mitnick. And can we continue? Do we need to log in? Oh, it looks like we might have to log in. Okay, let me try logging in with my credentials. Okay, so let's see. So one platform that does let you log in, that does let you access it without logging in is DeepSeek AI. Enter verification code. Okay, so apparently I need to enter a verification code. Just a second, everybody. Need to check my email. Okay, so let's see the verification code. I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it. And now I'm logged in. Okay, great. All right, so let's ask about Kevin Mitnick. Just a second. All right, we are doing an OSINT investigation. OSINT, Open Source Intelligence Investigation on Kevin Mitnick. What, oh, I remember one. I remember one alias that Kevin Mitnick goes by, the Condor, I think. What aliases did Kevin Mitnick use during his lifetime? Okay, let's see what we get from Claude. Okay, Condor. Okay, so this was perhaps his most famous alias, which he used extensively during his hacking activities. The name was reportedly inspired by the movie 3 Days of the Condor. So dark side hacker, Condor. I don't know if this one is so popular, but he was definitely Condor. So let's go ahead and continue here. So Kevin Mitnick was Condor. He also had a number of real name aliases when he was on the run from the law. Okay, so various pseudonyms. All right, so I guess Condor is sufficient for this. Let's continue answering some questions. So Kevin David Mitnick, also known as the Condor, date of birth and hometown. So I'm pretty sure Kevin Mitnick lived in California, but let's get the information from Wikipedia. So let's see, born Los Angeles, California. Okay, so that's August 6th, 1963. Okay, let's go ahead and plug that in. So hometown is Los Angeles, California, USA. Okay, so current previous countries of residence. So he lived in, California, USA, and I don't think Kevin Mitnick moved around very much. When he was on the run from the law, he didn't really leave the United States. So let's, okay, early life and education, computer hacking, controversies consulting. Okay, so let's, we can try asking other models because they might give us, can we continue without signing up? It used to be that you could access DeepSeek without signing up, but let's check. So they definitely want you to sign up. Well, let's not use DeepSeek then. What AI models will let you access them without logging in? Let's see. Oh, maybe Grok. Grok AI. Okay, we got Grok. Do they want us to log in? I guess they don't want us to log in. That's great. Okay. Hardware Pirate says you just need a throwaway email for DeepSeek, though, no phone number. Amin Fatah says, "Hey, what's up, guys? We're doing a little OSINT investigation on Kevin Mitnick for our first part of the stream. We're going to be doing that for the next 50 minutes or so. So Kevin Mitnick is a very interesting person because, well, they are one of these. They're the most famous example of a criminal hacker who reforms and then becomes a big influence on the cybersecurity community. So let's. What was the question? So the question is, where did Kevin Mitnick live? Did he ever live overseas? So let's see what answer we get here. I wonder why this is so slow. I guess it's because we're not logged in, so it's not really given us priority. Okay, so known residences in the United States. So this is all inside the United States. After his release from prison in 2000, he resided in Las Vegas, Nevada. All right, and then Pennsylvania. Evidence of living overseas. There's no definite evidence in the provided sources or general knowledge that Kevin Mitnick lived overseas for an extended period as a resident. Okay, so he never lived overseas. And let me go ahead and put on some music right now because I don't like it when it's just my voice. It seems a little bit too awkward. So let's play some StarCraft music. Okay, let's get back. That's a bit loud. All right, that's better. Okay, so we're just going to be answering a bunch of questions about Kevin Mitnick because, well, we like to be able to do our research as hackers over here. So let's see. So current, previous countries of residence. So USA only. So California. I guess we should list off the cities. So Los Angeles, and where else? Hardware Pirate says, didn't expect that. Nice to have StarCraft around. Yeah, I mean, I never really got a chance to get good at StarCraft. I enjoyed watching people play StarCraft. It's just too bad that it's not a very popular game anymore. All right, so where are we? So Raleigh, North Carolina, and we got Denver, Colorado, and we got Pittsburgh and Las Vegas, all sorts of cities. Okay, so Los Angeles, Raleigh, North Carolina, we got Las Vegas, and Pittsburgh. These are all places in the United States. Companies they worked for. Let's see. Hardware Pirate says StarCraft is still big in Korea. StarCraft 2 not so much though. Yeah, it's really interesting because StarCraft, like the first StarCraft, is over 20 years old. It's gonna be coming up on its 30th birthday soon. Anyways, companies they worked for. So they worked for. Okay, so occupation. Organizations, Mitnick Security Consulting, KnowBe4, and I guess these are the two big companies that Kevin Mitnick is associated with. So let's go ahead and put those in. Okay, so Mitnick Security Consulting and KnowBe4. Okay, and known associates of Kevin Mitnick. Okay, I'm not too sure whether or not Kevin Mitnick has any like really famous friends. They probably have some very, very famous friends. We'll do some research on that right now. Okay, so this is the type of question that's easier to ask from the AI, so I'll go ahead and do that. All right. So who are some very famous associates of Kevin Mitnick? Oh, you know what? Kevin Mitnick, there's the person who caught Kevin Mitnick. They're kind of a celebrity. Well, they're kind of a very well-known person, too. Okay. Former Hacking Days, Louis DePayne. Co-conspirators during the 1990s. Eric Hines, another hacker who worked with Mitnick on various computer intrusions. Justin Tanner Peterson, hacker who initially worked with Mitnick but later became an FBI informant. Okay, and yeah, Tsutomu Shimomura is the cybersecurity expert who was responsible for the arrest and capture of Kevin Mitnick. So let's go ahead and list this person down, Tsutomu Shimomura. Well, I guess this is not really an associate, but the cybersecurity expert who helped catch Kevin Mitnick. Okay. So Hardware Pirate says in the section some entry for a second brain. Second brain? Not locally as an Obsidian Vault, it's on Markdown 2. Is this section some entry for a second brain? I mean, I wouldn't say that this is an entry for a second brain. We're just doing some GitHub stuff. But some people like to do Obsidian, and on Obsidian, people like to call it their mind map when they're looking at very large projects. So I will admit that I think Obsidian is really cool in the ability to link different articles together. It's kind of like a mini wiki, but that's not the case that we're dealing with here. Okay, so this person, Tsutomu Shimomura. Anybody else? John Markoff. Okay, so the journalist who covered Mitnick's case and co-authored Takedown with Shimomura. From his legitimate career, I guess that no real big associates here as well. I mean, I don't know who most of these people are. I guess that's because Hardware Pirate says, what's our task in this section? I mean, we're just talking. We're just talking and we're doing some research. We're not necessarily working as a workshop right now, but we will be doing our Python Basics course in about 45 minutes or so. We're just talking about Kevin Mitnick right now. OSINT research. Panako Panko, hello, nice to see you here. If anybody doesn't know, Panako Panko is another InfoSec Twitch streamer, and let's give Panako Panko a shout out. So shout out. There you go. If you're not following her, go ahead and do so. She's a very, very funny VTuber InfoSec streamer, and if that is up your alley, go ahead and follow her channel. Okay, so I guess the person that is most associated with Kevin Mitnick is the person who caught him. And if you have any comments on... Oh, hello, ZGZG. We're talking about Kevin Mitnick right now. And we're doing a little bit of OSINT, some open source intelligence. We're doing some research. Okay, so let's go back. We'll just leave it here. So controversies and notoriety. So Kevin Mitnick is one of the OG computer hackers. Well, OG criminal computer hackers, I guess this is what you could say. But what are some of the famous crimes that Mitnick is associated with? So Mitnick's criminal activities, arrest and trial, along with associated journalism, were all very controversial. Though Mitnick was convicted of copying software unlawfully, his supporters argument that his punishment was excessive and that many of the charges against him were fraudulent. Panako Panko says, taken from us too young, rip Mitnick. Yeah, Mitnick was not was not a super old guy when he passed. I think he passed from yeah, pancreatic cancer. So at age 59. So 59's not, it's not super old. But the unfortunate thing is that he left behind a widow and their first child, who I guess is going to be turning like 3 or 4 or something this year. Very, very young. Okay, so what is, I forget what the actual crimes were. Panakabanko says his books are still required reading for today. Yeah, Corvo, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. And you know what? You know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't given any of the video redeems. How about some Stellar Jays? These are my favorite birds. Okay, so Kevin Mitnick gained unauthorized access to a computer network in 1979 at 16. So when a friend gave him the telephone number for the ARC, the computer system that Digital Equipment Corporation used for developing its RSTSE operating system software, so he broke into a network and copied the company's software. Oh, okay. Let's zoom in on this. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Near the end of his supervised release, he hacked into Pacific Bell voicemail computers. After an arrest, a warrant was issued for his arrest, Mitnick fled, becoming a fugitive 2.5 years. So I guess, let's see. Broke into the ARC. Let's record that. So controversies, notoriety. He broke into the ARC computer network and downloaded its software. And I guess, what can we say about this? He went to jail for 12 months for this crime, for these crimes. Actually, this crime, sure. Okay, and let's see, what else did he do? He also broke into hacking into computer systems, whatever that meant in the 90s. A lot of it probably meant entering admin into login masks. I mean, that's probably as advanced as it would have been back in the 90s. I mean, was this the 90s? Hold on. No, this is the late 80s. So... Wait, no, this was the 80s. He broke in 1979, and he was 16. Okay, so he broke into the computer network and copied the company's software. So he was convicted in 1988. So he was convicted like a decade after he actually did the deed. So sentenced to 12 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Near the end of his supervised release, he hacked into Pacific Bell voicemail computers. I guess this is the second big crime he did. So it broke into Pacific Bell's voicemail computers. Oh, then it was just finding the system in the network and entering it. Yeah, I mean, people didn't really pay attention to computer security back then. And, let's see. Broke into Pacific Bell's voicemail computers, and he went on the run when discovered. And what else about this crime? Okay, so after a warrant was issued for his arrest, Mitnick fled, becoming a fugitive for 2.5 years. So 2.5 years, gained unauthorized access to dozens of computer networks while he was a fugitive. He cloned cellular phones to hide his location, and among other things, copied valuable proprietary software, intercepted and stole computer passwords, altered computer networks, and broke into and read private emails. Okay. So, he was, I mean, we're not trying to glorify any of the stuff that Kevin Mitnick did, but it does seem pretty outrageous that he was able to do this stuff. Okay, so Diva says, so he showed them all that it's insecure and he didn't really do any damage. People should have paid him instead of getting him into jail. I mean, this is when people didn't know what computer security was, so of course they were going to freak out because there's no precedent, no system for handling this kind of stuff. Okay, and how long was his prison sentence? Okay, he pled guilty to 4 counts of wire fraud, 2 counts of computer fraud, 1 count of illegally intercepting wire communications. Sentenced Mitnick to 46 months in federal prison. So 46 months is 4 years? That's 4 years, right? Well, that's pretty close to 4 years. Okay, and Mitnick served 5 years in prison, 4.5 years pretrial, and 8 months in solitary confinement. 8 months in solitary confinement. That's pretty brutal. Okay, let's record this. Okay, served 5 years in prison for crimes related to all this, and was confined to solitary confinement in prison for 8 months. So if anybody doesn't know, solitary confinement in prison means being in a cell by yourself and not being able to leave. And I'm pretty sure that most people who serve long term in solitary confinement, they go a little bit crazy. I don't know if it's very cool to call people going crazy anymore, but it's kind of the easiest way to talk about it without getting into very technical language. Okay, let's continue. All right, so these are the two things that the two big incidents that happened in Kevin Mitnick's life. So after these controversies, Kevin Mitnick decided to become, well, a legitimate security consultant. And Kevin Mitnick actually published a lot of books. So let's talk about these books. So controversies, we got consulting. So after the release in 2000, he became a paid security consultant, public speaker, and author. So, Kevin Mitnick passed away, but oh, there's a movie. There's a movie called Takedown, that is all about hunting down Kevin Mitnick. Diva says, yeah, and the media got crazy on him, telling people he could start World War III by using a telephone. You should watch the Kevin Mitnick movie from 2600. Not the Takedown one, the good one. So 26... Well, I mean, do you know what the movie's called? So books written by Mitnick. Mitnick is a co-author with these other people of 4 books, 3 on computer security and autobiography. So let's see. Art of Deception, Art of Intrusion, Ghosts in the Wires, and Art of Invisibility. Okay, so I mean we can include these in the document. Let's do that. Panako Mangos is 2600. Hell yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's so published works. These ones over here. I can take out these tags. Just give these a normal old list treatment. Social media links. I mean, Kevin Mitnick doesn't have any social media anymore. I'm pretty sure, did they deactivate his accounts? It's pretty easy to find out if they did or not. Shota Fujimori, hello, nice to see you here. Diva says it's called Freedom Downtime. Freedom Downtime, okay. Let me see if I can look that up. Freedom Downtime movie. Okay, there's a Wikipedia article on it. It's a documentary film sympathetic to the convicted computer hacker Kevin Mitnick, directed by Emmanuel Goldstein and produced by 2600 Films. Okay. So Persona Management says, I'm loving learning about hacker history. Aaron Schwartz is a very cool documentary on his life called Internet Owns Boy. Internet Owns Boy. Let's do a quick search on that as well. Aaron Schwartz. Who is Aaron Schwartz? I don't know who that person is. But I guess okay, the life of American computer programmer, writer, political organizer, and internet activist Aaron Schwartz. Footage of Schwartz as a child is featured at the start of the film. Okay, so I might have to add this person to our list of people that we feature on hacking history. Okay, let me take a quick look at this person. Okay, so oh wow, so they also passed away. Okay, well, let's put a bookmark in this. Maybe we'll add this person to our list of OSINT topics for later. Okay, so what else are we going to be adding? So social media links. So Kevin Mitnick probably doesn't have too many social media links anymore because they have passed away, but I'm pretty sure that they still have a Twitter. Let's see if we can find it. Kevin Mitnick, Twitter. Okay, still here. Okay, so I guess we can grab this. It's probably all of the archived tweets. So the last one is from January 2023. Received my settlement payment from the Equifax data breach. What am I going to do with such a generous payout? So you got like $5.21. That's great. Okay. Let's go back. So, well, at least we have their Twitter. So Twitter. Okay, so further research. I'm not too sure what I meant by this section, but personal life. So Kevin Mitnick left behind a widow and a son. So Kevin Mitnick was married to, what is this person's name? Bonnie Vitello. Oh, no. Okay. Kevin Mitnick was married twice. So Bonnie Vitello and then Kimberly Mitnick. Let's go ahead and record that. Not that we need to pry too hard into this person's personal life. Okay. So let's go ahead and so this is the updated document here. So it's pretty shallow, but I guess we could learn more about Kevin Mitnick as well. It's just I'm not too sure what kind of questions we would want to ask from this part, from this point on out. I guess we could get a summary of why Kevin Mitnick is very, very important for the history of hacking. Let's ask the AI. So why is Kevin Mitnick a very important figure in the world of computer security and hacking? So we'll see what the AI thinks. Honestly, I don't know too much about Kevin Mitnick. I have read a book of his. So I've read The Art of Invisibility, and it really got me thinking about how difficult it is to hide your online activities. It involves a lot of you have to do a lot to not be a person online. But I'm pretty sure if we were to ask our good friend Panko, she would say that you're not aiming to not be a person online, you're aiming to be the most boring person online. And if you wanna chime in here, you can go ahead and do that, Panko. Thank you. Security by obscurity, baby. Yep, that's one way to do it. Okay, so one of the most important figures in computer security and hacking history and several key reasons. Pioneer of social engineering. So a lot of people poo-poo social engineering. They say that social engineering isn't real hacking. But Kevin Mitnick was really, really good at social engineering, and he did a lot of social engineering to stay on the run and to hide from his pursuers. So while others focused on technical hacks, he showed how human psychology and manipulation could be more powerful than any code. Keep those terrible tracker cookies. Panko says, being a no one is more suspicious than being Jim who likes beer 44. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Defa says, have you recognized the Dark Side Diaries channel on Twitch? Have you recognized the Dark Side Diaries channel on Twitch already? It plays these hacker documentaries and interviews from time to time. I saw the Mitnick movie on there too. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we can shout it out. So let's see, Twitch, Dark Side. Okay, so hold on. Let me look this up. Twitch.tv. I think we can search for this. Dark Side Diaries. Oh, it's live. So the channel's live right now. Okay. 24/7 cybersecurity hacking-oriented channel providing documentary shows, talks, and more for the ethical, like-minded folks. So everybody, if you want some hacker TV, this is where you would do it. And you know what? I think I should follow this channel. I'll just leave it as a bookmark for now. Just a second. So it looks like these guys are from the 70s. Oh, this is from 1984. Okay, so they're dressed like they're from the 80s. All right. So let's see. Pioneer of social engineering. His techniques became the foundation for understanding human-based security vulnerabilities. So, most wanted cyber fugitive, he became the FBI's most wanted cyber computer criminal, spending years on the run and demonstrating sophisticated evasion techniques. His case helped establish many of the legal and investigative frameworks still used in cybercrime today. All right, bridge between eras. Mitnick's career spanned the transition from phone phreaking in the 1970s and 80s to modern computer hacking in the 90s. He embodied the evolution of electronic crime and helped define what hacking meant to the public. Okay, transformation and redemption. His complete transformation from notorious criminal to respected cybersecurity consultant became a template for how former hackers could contribute positively to cybersecurity. This poacher-turned-gamekeeper model influenced how the industry views reformed hackers. Okay, so he also wrote books like Art of Deception and Art of Intrusion, documented and taught social engineering techniques, making these concepts accessible to security professionals worldwide. Okay, and he's a cultural icon. He became the archetypical hacker in popular culture, influencing how movies, books, and media portray cybercriminals. His story helped shape public understanding of hacker subculture. Okay, so I mean, important guy, definitely, and I think people. Let's see. There was also the free Kevin campaign that they talked about in the Wikipedia page. There you go. So yeah, so while he was arrested, people would have bumper stickers that say "Free Kevin," and it's kind of advocating for release of Kevin Mitnick. Okay, Sid Squatch. Hello, nice to see you. That's a lot of emotes, and thank you for including my emotes in there, including this one that was created by our good friend Panako Panko. The Shy 31. This one. Okay, Defa says it's very random stuff, but all hacker-related old and new stuff, mostly DEF CON and other talks. Yeah. I mean, I think I should be watching that channel more, because sometimes I want a little bit of background noise while I'm working, and I think that live stream would be a really good one for working on cybersecurity and hacking stuff. Okay. So I think, well, we kind of, you know what I should have done? I should have included an extra person to talk about today. I guess we could talk about another controversial person as well, since we do have some time left. Let's go back. All right, so we got Cyber OSINT Party, we got people. We've previously talked about John McAfee, Kevin Mitnick, and Edward Snowden. So I guess we could talk about Edward Snowden, because Edward Snowden is still a relevant person today. Parakopanko, thank you for... Let's talk about Jeremy Hammond. I don't know Jeremy Hammond. Let me look up Jeremy Hammond really quick. American political activist and hacker, okay. Defa says that's what I use it for, mostly the background noise, but sometimes he casts some really interesting stuff on there. So Jeremy Hacker, also known as SupG, is a American anarchist activist and former computer hacker. What, when it says former computer hacker, that raises some flags. He founded the computer security training website Hack This Site. Okay, he was imprisoned over the Protest Warrior hack in 2005. Later convicted of computer fraud from 2013 for hacking the private intelligence firm Stratfor and releasing the data to WikiLeaks, and sentenced to 10 years in prison. So is this person... Oh no, they're not still in prison. They got out in 2020. Okay, Amifta says you can search for Hamza Ben Dalad J. Persona Management says he was released from prison a couple of years ago, so he can't hack anymore. He can't hack anymore. I mean, what prevents this person from hacking after getting out of prison? Are they not allowed to have computers anymore? Okay. Oh, they also got in trouble relatively recently. Okay. August 2024, charged with spray painting an anarchist symbol on a police car during protests. Ah, okay. Frequently identifies as an art. Okay. Well, I mean, the other thing is that I don't want to talk too much about people who are involved in big political movements, because when you talk about big political movements, people are going to get into arguments, and I definitely don't want to start any big arguments. Strangely enough, if I talk about people like Edward Snowden, it's less political than talking about some other people. But yeah, Edward Snowden is well, I mean, let's talk about what we recorded the last time we were talking about this person. So Edward Snowden. So they got a bunch of aliases here. So like Citizen4, the True Huba, Brass Banner, Verax, Cincinnatus, and some other stuff. So they were born in 1983 in North Carolina, and they have lived in a bunch of places such as Hawaii and Hong Kong, and now they're living in Russia. So Edward Snowden is a person who worked for the Army, and then the CIA, and then they worked for Dell, and then the NSA, where they got all the information that they're very, very infamous for. But yeah, so let's see. And so the interesting thing is that Edward Snowden's case didn't happen that long ago. It did happen over 10 years ago. But it's interesting how Snowden has been living in Russia for over a decade. So they're also associated with Julian Assange, who is the founder of WikiLeaks, and he basically leaked out to the world that the United States was monitoring its citizens, and and that became a really, really, really big thing. If you've got any other really famous hackers, actually, the other thing we could do right now is we could do a little bit of research on some other super famous hackers that we can talk about on the history segment. So, for example, I mean, I'm actually pretty recently come to information security and cybersecurity. Persona Management says Stone said that the love int info he was seeing across the screen was one of the biggest things that drove him to do it. Love int. Love int? I'm not too sure what love int means in this context. Could you clarify? Diva says, in Russia, you're allowed to hack infrastructure which doesn't belong to Russia. I mean, yeah. I mean, Russia is kind of infamous for being one of these countries that turns a blind eye to hacking, as long as you're not hacking Russian stuff. But let's ask a question. So, who are some super famous hackers that could be featured in in a live stream segment on cybersecurity history? Okay, so Davis, okay, Nico says, are you going for an offensive route? Any specific roles? Wait, are you talking about me, or are you talking about somebody in chat, Nico? Okay, Pioneers. Oh, John Draper. Yeah, that's also a good suggestion. So John Draper is one of these people. Didn't they start DEF CON? Who started DEF CON? So Tappan Morris, Robert Tappan Morris. Kevin Poulsen. Who started DEF CON? Me? No, I'm not aiming for an offensive role. I mean, I'm more comfortable doing offensive stuff than defensive stuff. I'm mostly here to educate people. Oh, Jeff Moss. Right, Jeff Moss is the person that started DEF CON. But John Draper, maybe I should add some names to a list. Okay, let's go to here, and we'll make a new file for future subjects for OSINT Party. Okay, so just a list of people. Okay, we got John Draper, we've got Jeff Moss, rather. Helpful Husky, hello, nice to see you here. John Draper is the first famous phone phreaker. That's even earlier than hacking. But then he went on this, he went weird on young people, so I don't know. Yeah, I heard that there was one of these hackers who had some really gross allegations. I don't know if they proved it or not. I think, yeah, I don't want to really talk about that stuff. Alright, so what else do we have? So Kevin Poulsen, Tappan Morris. We talked about the Morris worm at one point. It was the first major internet worm. Notorious people, Adrian Lamo, the homeless hacker who broke into major corporations, later turned in Chelsea Manning. Not completely sure what that means. Gary McKinnon, British hacker who conducted the biggest military computer hack of all time, searching for UFO evidence. Jonathan James, youngest person ever convicted of cybercrime, age 16, tragically died young. Stomo Shimamura, Dan Kaminsky, Charlie Miller, controversial. Julian Assange. Was Julian Assange a hacker? Well, I mean, listen. I don't know very much about Julian Assange. Let me pull up the Wikipedia article on Assange. Loafed is great history. Loafed. Okay. So, an Australian editor, publisher, and activist who founded WikiLeaks. I mean, I'm pretty sure they didn't do a lot of hacking themselves. Oh, really? Julian Assange wrote Cyberpunks. He's very much a hacker. Okay. I mean, this is what I want to do. I want to learn more about these people. All right, we'll add Julian Assange to the list. Where are we? Guess we don't need to add their middle name. Loaf time is where I gained my first hacking experience. Loafed? How do you spell that? Hold on, let me... Pardon my ignorance. There's all sorts of stuff I don't know about. Oh, okay. So it's a hacker collective. This is some other stuff that I want to learn more about too. Some famous hacker groups. Loafcrack was the OP hacking tool these days. The AI showed it as well. Persona management. In fact, he stopped a nuclear-powered satellite from being launched in his teens. Are we still talking about Julian Assange? Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to do my research. Okay, so I guess, well, we'll just... These aren't all people, but, you know. Let's go ahead and... Loafed Heavy Industries, influential hacker think tank. Cult of the Dead Cow. This is another Chaos Computer Club and Cult of the Dead Cow. Where are we? Here. Okay, and what else? So these figures represent different eras, motivations, and outcomes in hacking history, from curiosity to activism and profit to, I guess, I mean, we could also talk about Anonymous, because, well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff to know about Anonymous, because there's all sorts of Anonymous splinter groups as well. But these are some things we can talk about. Okay, so maybe we'll start our next segment a little bit early. But we definitely have a lot of stuff that we can talk about on these segments later. Maybe you know Joe Grand. He's a pretty famous hardware hacker on YouTube. He's from Loafed. Oh, really? Joe Grand. Yeah, Joe Grand, he got really famous for helping people recover their cryptocurrency, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, another thing we should come back to is we also had a segment that we did earlier on hacker culture. So hacker culture, we did all sorts of stuff on cybersecurity content creators, InfoSec conferences, Reddit communities. We started talking about hacking cultures in different countries like South Korea or Japan. And the most recent one we did was on the Mento and the Manifesto. So the Mentor was another. I guess we could do an OSINT thing on the Mentor as well. So the Mentor, also known as Lloyd Blankenship, he published this famous hacker manifesto thing. Okay, let's go ahead and stop the timer, and we'll switch over our topic. So we'll do topic number 2. And the second topic we're doing is Python basics. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python basics. let's go ahead and start the topic. So first of all, I'm gonna close out some of these tabs that we're not using right now, because I want to make sure that there aren't too many tabs open, because when there are too many tabs open, it's a bit it's a bit uncomfortable for me. Okay, let's talk about it. So we're doing HackerFrogs After School, Python Programming Basics, and this is the introduction document. I'm just going to talk a little bit about what this course is going to be all about, and I guess we can start our timer now. So we got 60 minutes to talk all about this stuff. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This is the intro to Python programming. So what is programming? According to Wikipedia, computer programming is the process of performing a particular computation, or more generally accomplishing a specific computing result, usually by designing and building an executable computer program. So that's a bit of a mouthful. Put in broader terms, programming is the process of writing instructions for a computer to execute. The instructions can result in output as simple as printing the answer to a simple math question or a word to the screen, or as complex as the latest video editing software or games, websites, or countless other pieces of software used in our daily lives. So, is programming important? Well, I mean, the answer to that question is if we didn't have programming, we wouldn't be able to have the type of lifestyle we have today. Many different programming languages are used for writing software, and each programming language has its own advantages and disadvantages for developing different types of software. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'll run one on YouTube, and we'll come back in about 60 seconds. Alright, so while the ads are going on, let's go ahead and put on my bird videos, because I love my birds. Here are some woodpeckers. Alright, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Hang in there. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. All right, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Anonymity. Thank you very much. Persona Management says, Dual Core, the guy who wrote Hack All the Things, wrote a song for Aaron Schwartz. All right, so I definitely do want to talk about Aaron Schwartz at some point. Let me, Aaron. Okay. Hell yeah, dual core. Right. All right, so let's continue with our Python course here. So there are a lot of different programming languages that are used for writing different types of software. We're going to be talking about Python, of course, because all the cybersecurity people love using Python. The programming languages we will use to learn to use in these workshops is called Python. So Diva says, I like Python list comprehensions, but I don't use them very often. I just remember how it blew my mind that I could shrink blocks of code into a single human-readable line. I mean, we all love our one-liners. Okay, so why learn Python? So there's a lot of programming languages out there, so why are we learning Python? So we'll go over 3 reasons why we're learning Python over any of these other languages out here. There are dozens of computer languages. I wouldn't say that there are dozens of super popular computer languages. I would say that the number of super popular computer languages are probably less probably 24 or less, but Python is one of the most popular ones. So the first reason we're learning about Python is a very popular language with an active online community, so there's a lot of support for students. So one of the things about Python is that because so many people program in Python, if you have a question, or if you're trying to solve a problem with Python, there's a lot of support, and there's a lot of people who have probably done the same thing with Python, so you can probably find the answer quite easily. So number 2, Python uses a syntax that is much closer to written English than other programming languages, so it's easier to read and understand. So some programming languages look like alien scribbles, but Python is quite easy to understand. So print hello world, that results in hello world being printed out. Doesn't get much easier than that. So number 3, Python automates some tedious operations common to other programming languages, such as memory management. So Python it's pretty easy to program in, it's pretty easy to read, and these are some of the reasons why we like to use Python. So what's next? So we're just going to move on into the next document, which is going to be talking about what we're learning today. So this is Python Programming Basics. This is the first workshop, part 1. So this is the first workshop to Intro Python Programming. Let us begin. So we're going to be talking about Hello World in this first part, and programmers learning a language usually write a Hello World program as their first exercise. So the program is very easy. All it does is print out Hello World to the console, and that's the entire program. So to complete our Hello World exercise, we're going to go over the Python print function first. So to do anything, to put stuff on the screen in Python, we need to use a particular function. It's called print, and we'll talk about the print function. So the print function is a programming function. So virtually all programming languages have some method of printing text to the screen. It's often referred to as the console. In Python, the print function is the primary method of doing so. So if you give this instruction right here, print, and then in some parentheses, and then inside some quotes, you can type whatever you want, and then it'll appear on the screen. So to use the print function, we use the function name, print, then a pair of parentheses, then in case what we want printed in either single or double quotes between the parentheses. So we're going to be using a website called Online Python. Here it is. And we can use this to write our Python code. Here's the link. So when you arrive on the page, what you can do is, well, you're going to get rid of all the other code on the screen. Let's see if we can get rid of these ads. Can we make them so big that the ads disappear? Yes, the ads are gone. Awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start writing some Python code in here, and we're just going to turn it over to dark mode. Yeah, we're real hackers now. Okay, so here what we're going to do is we're going to write some Python code. And then we'll write the Python code here, and then we can run the Python code, and it'll appear. The output will appear on this side of the screen. Use element to remove them. I mean, I guess we could, but it's a lot easier for me to just make everything so big that they don't appear. Okay, so how do we do the Hello World program? So it's pretty easy in Python. All we need to do is do print and then a pair of parentheses and then a pair of quotes. Anything between the quotes is going to be printed out to the screen. So we can do hello world just like this, and then when we're ready to run the program, all we need to do is click on the run button here, and then it prints out hello world and then it exits. So this is exactly what we want. So that's the hello world program. If you're following along with us, please let us know in the chat. Type in I'm Python coding. Nico says, are these Python sessions going to be from beginner to pro? How often per week? So we're going to be doing, I think Python programming is something like 8 or 9 sessions, and we're going to be doing one per stream during the second hour, and they're just it's a crash course. It's not necessarily going to be getting super in-depth, but I am going to be introducing every concept, all the basic concepts that you're going to encounter when you're writing and reading Python code. Okay, MB Kaidi says, print hello world. Yeah, that works. Thank you. Thank you very much, MB Kaidi. And Gameplay says, I'm Python coding, but I love C and C++. Well, I mean, everybody's got their favorite programming languages, but we're going to be learning how to code in Python for these lessons. Okay, so let's go ahead and basically you can put whatever you want between the parentheses and between the quotes, and it's going to be printed out. I can put anything I want in here, and it will print. Okay, and then we can print that. All right. So the other thing we have to understand about the print function here is that if we want to print out some text, we can use the double quotes or we can use single quotes instead. So single quotes in this case are the same as what is the word? Apostrophes on your keyboard. So we can put between the single quotes, I am using single quotes to print stuff. Run that, okay. And Persona Management says, these basic computer introduction courses have been a miracle for us who are just starting out. Thank you. Thank you, Persona Management. I'm trying to appeal to people who don't necessarily have a lot of experience doing computer stuff. I remember being a person who wanted to learn about cybersecurity, but I didn't know anything. So it's important to be able to learn some basics. And yeah, this is what I'm trying to provide with these sessions. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about this. So the print function. Another common use of the print function is to print the values of variables to the console. In this case, we simply input the name of the variable we want printed between the parentheses. So we're going to be talking about variables in a little bit, but variables are basically little storage locations where we can put different values. So we can put in strings like this, or we can put in numbers, and we could put in a bunch of other different types of data. We'll talk about data types as well in just a little bit. Okay, so the syntax for the print function requires parentheses to work properly, and if you omit the parentheses, Python will display an error message when you run it. So you need to make sure whenever you're doing anything in a programming language, you need to stick to the syntax. If you don't follow the syntax, then you don't get to run your program, and instead you get an error, and that's very sad. No. Okay, so if we try to use print without the parentheses, I am not using parentheses. When we try to run the program, it's going to give us an error. So syntax error, missing parentheses and call to print. Did you mean print? I am not using parentheses. So in this case, they actually give you the solution to the error, which is nice, but this isn't always the case. So if you run it with the parentheses, then it actually prints out and there's no problems. Okay, so one more time, if you want to join in along with us, the best way to learn programming is to actually run the code. And one thing that's really nice about Python is that it's very easy to get up and running. Okay. So the print function, if we print text, we have to use either single quotes or double quotes to wrap what we want to print. So we can use the single quotes here, here, and here, or we can use the double quotes here and here, and they both get the job done. The only thing you can't do is you can't mix up single quotes and double quotes. They need to be paired with each other. Okay, so we'll learn more with learnpython.org. So there's a website that we I used to use this a lot more, but the website itself is a bit clunky, and you'll see why in just a little bit. Defa says, as long as you don't have any requirements and don't have to fight a Python 2 script. Yeah, I mean, there are problems with Python as well, but we're gonna omit, we're gonna not talk about those while we're learning about Python. Okay, so on this page, you get to write a hello world program. So all you need to do is go down to the bottom here. You're gonna see there's an interactive Python shell that you can code into. So for example, you can run this code, script.py, and the results appear in the IPython shell. Nico says, aren't single quotes used when using one word? Aren't single quotes used when using one word? I mean, you can use single quotes or double quotes interchangeably. They don't really affect, they don't need to be used specifically in one case or another. You just need to make sure that they're used consistently. So if you use a single quote at the beginning, you can't use a double quote at the end. There are some languages that have very specific uses for single quotes and double quotes, but Python is not one of them. Okay, so we print that stuff out, okay, and we can also go in here and we can edit this and make it print out anything we want. So anything we want. Awesome, okay. So the next thing they talk about is indentation. So we'll talk about indentation later when we start talking about code blocks, but in Python, they don't use curly braces to define code blocks like they do in some other languages like C. It's not something we need to worry about right now. We're just going to go down to the exercise, and the exercise here says use the print function to print the line hello world. So hello, comma, world. So hello and world are both capitalized, and all we need to do here, well, I'll give you a chance to solve this yourself. So at the bottom here, we need to modify this so that it prints out hello world. Modify the code, and when you're ready, click on submit, and it'll tell you if you got it right or not. So I'll give you all an opportunity to try this out yourself, and then in a few moments, I'll demonstrate how this is done. Shota Fujimori says, thank you very much for streaming. I have to go. See you again. Shota Fujimori, hope to see you next time. Have a great day. So this is a great opportunity to just copy and paste. So all we need to do to fulfill the requirement, copy this, and then highlight from quote to quote, delete it, and then paste in the string we want to print out. Click on submit, and we're done. It says great job, awesome. So Deefa says the braces in programming languages were the reasons I didn't learn programming for a long time. So thanks for that, Python. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you take a look at other programming languages, the code can look a little bit intimidating. But for Python, it's because it uses white space instead, it's much easier to look at. Okay, let's continue. So let's do a little quiz. So when we want to use the print function to print text, should we use single quotes or double quotes? So we got A, B, C, and D. A, you should only use single quotes. B, you should only use double quotes. B, you should only use single quotes. C, you can use either single or double quotes. Or D, neither, you should use backticks. So which one do you think is the correct answer? If you want to print something, should you use single or double quotes? Nico says C, and the correct answer is C. You can use either single or double quotes. You just need to make sure that you use the same quotes with each other. Okay, question number 2. What happens if you use the print function without parentheses? A, the print function will still work. B, an error message appears at runtime. C, parentheses only affect whether or not there are parentheses in the output. Or D, none of the above. What happens if you use the print function without the parentheses? The answer is B. An error message appears at runtime. So if you use the print function without the parentheses, that's going to give you an error. Okay, let's move on to part 2. So in part 2, we're going to be talking about variables. So virtually all programming languages use variables, which are storage locations associated with a specific name, as well as a value. Take the following as an example. So for example, we got the variable my name equals shyhat. So we can define this over here at online Python. So my underscore name equals shyhat. So when we declare these variables here, and we're going to declare a string, we can use double quotes or single quotes. This is just like the previous example. We can use either one. It's just that we need to make sure that they're paired correctly. Okay, so if we wanted to print out my name, this is what we would do. So print, and then in the parentheses, my name. And then we get the variable printed out. Let's see, Divas says if it'll not throw an error if you put in a variable without double quotes. If you put in a variable without the double quotes, that's true, that's true. In this case, when you use variable names, you don't need to use quotes. In fact, if you use the quotes, then you'll encounter an error. So if you put the variable name between quotes, then it gets, well, there's actually no error, but it will print out, instead of the variable value, it'll print out my name in this case, just like that. So it's a bit funny in that way. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, so variables. So wherever we refer to my name in the code, shyhat will be inserted there. So if we have this code, my name equals shyhat, print my name, the output should be shyhat. So the real benefit to using variables in programming is that variables can be referenced multiple times in the same code, saving a lot of time and accounting while writing code. In addition, variables can change value after they've been defined. So if we've got an example here, and say that the variable was something really long, so a long sentence. A long sentence is going to be, this is a very long sentence about programming in Python. Okay, we can print that out very easily by just printing this out instead. So whenever we give the variable a long sentence, the long sentence will print out instead. Angie Tantai, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you. Okay, so say we have an online store program where we sell televisions. So we're selling televisions now, and the program has two variables. We got TV price, which is the price of a television, and current total, which keeps track of the total price of the user's shopping cart. So the two variables are set to 199.99 and 0 respectively. However, if a TV is purchased, then the total price variable increases by a value equal to the TV price variable. So for example, we've got this program here. So TV price equals 199.99, current total equals 0, and then we've got current total equals current total plus TV price. And then when we print this out, the output should be 199.99. So we can grab this code and we'll put it into our code here. Okay, so TV price 199.99, current total is 0. And then we're going to add to the current total the TV price, and then we're going to print the current total, and it displays 199.99. Okay, so this is all because we've got these variables here, and we can play around with the values of the variables. Okay, so how to name variables. So there's when we come up with names for these variables, there are a couple of rules that we should follow when we're doing this. So the first rule is variable names should be as short as possible while still describing its value. So we can have variables named A, B, and C, but it's easier if we give a descriptive name to the variables instead. So if we name A, we are HackerFrogs, it's kind of hard to understand, but if we put HackerFrogs HF slogan and we have that equal to we are HackerFrogs, then that's a little easier for us to remember when we're reading the code. So letters like A and X are sometimes okay variable names, but most of the time variable names should be descriptive. Otherwise, we're going to run into some problems. Okay, so the other thing we need to remember when we're naming our variables is that there's a list of keywords used in Python which cannot be used as variable names. Otherwise, your program won't run. So if we've got class equals economics or true equals pineapple pizza is the best, this is not going to go over well. And we'll show you why. Okay, so we got class equals economics. Let's try this. So class equals economics and then print class. We're going to receive an error message. Okay, so invalid syntax. So the problem here is that the word class in Python is a keyword, which means that variables can't share this this name. Class is a special word and you can't use them for variables. The same thing is...
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for redeeming Go to Hack for everybody here. So same thing with a word like true. True is a keyword in Python. So if we make true equal to pineapple pizza is the best, and we try to print out true, then there's going to be a big problem. Okay, so cannot assign to true. So the problem here is that true is another one of these keywords, and what we need to do is we need to understand what the keywords are. So here's a short list of keywords that could be mistakenly used as variable names. So words like and, assert, break, class, continue, else, accept, false, finally, import, return, true, with. You'll get a sense for what can and cannot be used as a keyword. What keywords exist and what we should not be assigning variable names to. But this is just something you should be aware of, because sometimes you'll name your variable one of these keywords and then your program doesn't work, and you should know why that's happening. Okay, so to get around this restriction, we can prepend any name that we suspect could be a keyword with my. So for example, we could do my class equals economics, or my true equals pineapple pizza is the best, and this kind of gets around the keyword problem. Okay, the next thing we're going to be learning about is data types. So data types are they're a very important concept to understand in programming, and we'll talk about what they are now. So data types are attributes of data which tell the compiler or the interpreter how to use the data. So the data types that we're going to be covering in this workshop are going to be these. So there's strings, there's integers, and there's floating point numbers. So strings are non-numerical characters or a combination of numerical and non-numerical characters. For example, we've got Mark Twain, this is a string, password 123, this is a string, and caret, this is also a string. In Python, you can usually identify strings because they're either surrounded by double quotes or single quotes. The next type of data we're talking about is integers. So integers are whole numbers without a decimal point. So the number 1, 255, or 1337, these are all integers. And the last type of data we're talking about is floating point numbers. So these are numbers that are accurate to several decimal places. It doesn't need to be several decimal places, but it could be one decimal place or several decimal places. So for example, 0.5 or 12.758. So the reason why data types are important is because computers don't inherently know how to interpret the data. So for example, if we have a program which calculates the average of school grades, it adds all of the grades together, then divides by the sum of the number of assignments, etc. The program won't work if it was given words instead of numbers for the grades. So because there are data types, we can have the program check that all the grades are numbers, and if there's a non-number in the input, we can inform the user that the program only accepts numbers for input and prompt the user to import another value. So we could throw out an error if you try to give a like a letter grade instead of a number grade. So we can have an error, grades cannot contain non-numeric input, etc., etc. Okay, so one thing about data types is that we can identify what type a data is, a piece of data is rather, by using the type function. So there's a handy function called type in Python that can be used to check what kind of data type a given object is. So for example, let me demonstrate over here. So we've got my number. So my number equals 1337 because it's the hacker number. And we can print out what type my number is by doing a little function here. So this is actually an example of a function inside of another function. So inside of the print function, we're running the type function. So we're running type of my number, and we're going to print it out, is what we're doing here. So when we print this out, it says class integer. So int means integer. That means that the data type for this is an integer. So we can replace this with a string. So let's just call this my string. And we're going to put a string in here. So remember, strings are things between some single quotes or double quotes. I'll just put in the shy hat, and we'll see what kind of data type this is. So we're going to print out the type of my string, and it says class string. Okay, so everybody, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'll go ahead and put an ad on YouTube, and we'll also put on the birds. Okay, so enjoy the birds. We'll be coming back in about 60 seconds while I have a little water break. So enjoy the birds, back in a bit. Okay, so we're back, and we received a question in the chat. S2M Green asks, can you give an example of how this would be used in the real world? Can you be a little more specific about what this is? Are you talking about Python programming, or are you talking about the type function, or are you talking about the data types? So if you could be a little... If you give me a little more information about your question, then I can answer it properly. Okay, so if we use the type function here with print, we can identify that this is a string we're dealing with. So my string, the data type that's being used is a string. So the last thing we can do is we can identify floating point number. So we'll call this my float, and we'll put in a floating point number. So in this case, a floating point number is, what is pi? It's 3.14, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so my float is 3.14, and then we'll get the type for my float, and we'll run this, and it says it's a floating point number, a float. So this is important for us to understand, because sometimes there are certain things you can do with Python depending on what kind of object we're dealing with. For example, there are things that you can do with floating point numbers that you can't do with strings, and things you can do with strings that you can't do with integers, etc., etc. Okay, so we're going to learn one more function, one more useful function in this lesson here, the input function. So the input function, we're going to be using it to write a little program where users can type in an answer. So for example, the last useful function we're going to learn is the input function, which can turn user input into a variable. So we're going to take in some user input and we're going to turn it into a variable. In this case, we got favorite fruit equals input. What is your favorite fruit? So this is the stuff that appears on the screen before the user puts in their input. And we're going to print out your favorite fruit is something something and your favorite fruit, which is going to become a variable based on what's typed in. Nico says, one of the coolest functions in my opinion. I mean, input it's pretty good. I don't see it as often as I would like in the Python programs that I deal with most of the time. Okay, so let's create this program. So we can do it over here. So S2M Green says, using the function in a function like this, I'm guessing with the example you're giving to confirm the type to make sure it's the data type is what we expect. If we ask age and they put in hat instead of a number. Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. We could have a program like, okay, so we're gonna create a variable input here. So the input function is basically, it's gonna print out a string. What is your favorite? Well, actually, I guess what is your age? What is your age? And we're gonna call this variable my age. And then we could do we're going to print out a message. You are age years old. Actually, this isn't going to work because we can't print out strings and functions. Actually, can we print out strings and functions at the same time? Sorry, strings and integers at the same time. Let's see what happens here. Okay, we'll try running the code here. What is your age? We should have a space after this. My age is 1337. Okay. Name age is not defined. Oh, sorry, it should be my age. See, this is what we do. We do some debugging on the fly. Okay, what is your age? 1337. You are 1337 years old. So the reason why we run functions inside of functions here is we could have a program that runs some math on this. So for example, we'll also print something like after another year, you will be my age plus 1. Actually, we'll do my age plus 1 inside some parentheses. Years old. Okay, so we'll print that out. We'll ask for the age, 1337. Can only concatenate string, not integers to string. Oh, okay. Sorry, in this case we need to do we need to make sure that this is a string. This is more functions inside of functions. What is your age? Just a second. Actually, let's do it another way. We'll do age plus 1. Age plus 1 equals my age plus 1. Okay. And we'll print out this message. Age plus 1. Let's see if this code works. What is your age? 1337? Can only concatenate strings, not integers. Oh, that's the other thing. That's the other thing we have to understand about the input function. The input function creates a string. So in this case, we would need to make sure that age plus 1 is integer of my age plus 1. My age is always a string. That's true. That's true. That's true. I forgot about that. Why did you add the parentheses? Sorry, Nico. When you say why did you add the parentheses, I'm not. So sometimes when we're doing math, we want to make sure that something is calculated first. And if you want to make sure that something is calculated first, you put it between some parentheses. Okay, let's run this again. So what is your age? This thing. Can only concatenate strings, not integers. Okay. In this case, in this case, we need to make sure that this is an integer. So this is why we need to pay a lot of attention to data types, because in Python, data types. Oh no, this needs to be a string. So we can force something to be a string by running these functions on them. So string makes something definitely a string. int this over here, it definitely makes whatever is in here interpreted as an integer, etc., etc. Okay, let's try that again. I love debugging in front of an audience. So you are 1377 years old. In another year, you will be 1338 years old. Okay, so we'll just run that again. And this is where we get to play around with the formatting. Make sure that the formatting works. After another year, will be 23 years old. You are 22 years old. So Python really needs to work with very specific data types. And if Python doesn't get the data types it wants, it won't work. So part of learning how to code in Python is learning how to work around these things. Okay, so the input function, a typical example of prompting user input and it can be used to assign variables. So for example, we can ask for your favorite fruit, and then we can use it later on in the program. So favorite fruit is going to be the user input. What is your favorite fruit? And then you can print that out afterwards. Okay, so int input would probably work with all. That's also true. Thank you, Defus. There would be your example of a real-world function in function. Yeah, so if we want to make sure that the user input becomes by default, when we use the input function, it's going to create a string. And strings can't be used. Strings by default can't be used with mathematical functions. So we can't add 1 to strings. We can only add 1 to integers. Neem says, I'm doing a write-up. Should I include the answers? Are you talking about flags? So most of the time you don't need to include the flags in your write-ups, but you should include the commands that you used to get those answers. Or, I mean, the other thing you could do is you could write an explanation as to how you arrive at the answer, because that'll help you out a lot. Okay. So variables and types exercise. There's another exercise we can do over at the Learn Python website. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me get the link. Neems asks, the pictures of the flags, should I block the pictures of the flags? I mean, if you expect that people are going to get mad if you show the flags, then you should censor the flags. But if you don't, but it's really up to you. But the better thing to do would be to censor the flags so that the people who are creating the challenges, they have less of a reason to get mad at you. Okay, so this is the variables and types page. So Python is completely object-oriented and not statically typed. So object-oriented is talking about how every thing in a Python program is considered an object. And, well, I mean, well, actually, we'll talk about object-oriented programming in another lesson. You don't need to pay too much attention to it right now. Okay, so numbers. So Python supports two types of numbers, integers or floating point numbers, which are decimals. So for example, my integer is 7. Okay, and we can also create a floating point number. So 0.5. So we could also print out my float. And we're printing out different types of data here. So to define a floating point number, you can use one of the following notations. They also teach you here that there's a function you can use to turn any number into a float, and that's kind of funny. You can also turn anything into an integer or a string using some other functions that we were talking about earlier. So Diva says, it's dumb if someone would get mad at the end if you look at a write-up and copy and paste the flag without doing anything on your own. The only one you're betraying is yourself, so really, who really cares if there are flags in the write-ups? I mean, some people use flags to get like high scores on CTF websites, and in that case, there might be people who are trying to cheat and just, you know, grab all the flags from write-ups and inflate their score without doing the exercises. But I mean, most of the time, people who just want to get flags, they're cheating themselves out of doing it themselves and learning something. That's true. Okay, strings. So strings are defined by either single quotes or double quotes. So anything between single quotes and double quotes are going to be a string in Python. Just like this. So the difference between the two is that using double quotes makes it easy to include apostrophes, whereas these would terminate if they was using single quotes. So here's the other thing. If you're using double quotes, you can put in the apostrophes over here, and it's not going to affect the program. But if we tried using single quotes to print out this string, then it's not going to work, because the apostrophes in the string get in the way of this thing being used as a string. So in this case, we would definitely use double quotes. Diva says, and then you're at the #1 high score, and then you go to DEF CON and people show you to show your skills, and you fail very badly. Well, I mean, it is a bad idea to be a cheater, because sometimes if you're a fraud, if you cheat and you're a fraud, and people ask you to prove your skill, then you could run into some problems. Okay, so the other thing is that sometimes you want to use single quotes as well. If you're using single quotes to define strings, we can also put double quotes inside the single quotes. So I asked him to spell the word decidedly. And this isn't going to work if you use double quotes to create the string, because there's already some double quotes inside the string. Anyways, let's move on. You're only cheating yourself by looking up the answers. You can try to work on social engineering and give an excuse that why you can't right now. I mean, So simple operators can be executed on numbers and strings. So 1 and 2, so we create some variables. 1 equals the number 1, 2 equals the number 2, and then we can print, and 3 equals 1 plus 2. this only works because these are both integers. If they weren't integers, it wouldn't work. Okay, we can also print out strings together. So we can do hello plus world inside the print and get something like this. So this doesn't work if any of these integers here are strings and you try to do arithmetic with them. This is going to throw an error like we saw earlier. So can't convert int objects to string implicitly. Yeah, we need to make sure that when we're doing math, everything is a legitimate integer. Otherwise, bad things happen. Okay, and assignments can be done in more than one variable simultaneously on a line like this. So we can also do A and B and define them at the same time. Most of the time we don't want to do this because this can result in people getting confused. But you could define like a whole string of different variables all at the same time. So you can define A, B, C, D, my name, and I don't know, oranges. And then you can define them as different things. So for example, 3, 4, 5, the shy hat, and then oranges, we'll call this a floating point number for some reason. Okay, and then we can print out all these things. The problem is you definitely want to do this all on separate lines. Not enough values to unpack. Expected 6 got 5. Wait, what? A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Not enough values to unpack. Expected 6 got 5. Hackers would smell your cheats anyways if you reach this level of high score using cheats. That would be relevant. These people are not dumb. I mean, the more technical you the more technical you're expected to be, the easier it would be for technical people to discover that you're not technical when you're talking with them. Yeah, so I mean, you can identify a fraud pretty easily after some scrutiny. A, B, C, D, my name, oranges. I'm not too sure. Not enough values to unpack. I'm not really too sure why this error. D doesn't have an assignment. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's try this. All right, so this does work. The reason you don't want to do this is because you can get yourself confused very easily. I confused myself while I was trying to do this. So you definitely want to do this all separately. So A equals something, B equals something on separate lines to make it nice and organized. Otherwise, yeah, you're writing the code in a very hard to understand way. So the next thing is mixing operators between numbers and strings is not supported. So 1 and 2 and then hello, you can't add these together because you can't add strings to integers. And I wonder what happens if you explicitly make this an integer. It's going to do something funny to it. So invalid literal for int with base 10, hello, okay. So you can't turn this string into an integer even with the integer function. Let's move on. So we got an exercise over here. The target of the exercise is to create a string, an integer, and a floating point number. The string should be named myString and should contain the word hello. The floating point number should be named myFloat and should contain the number 10.0. And the integer should be named myInt and should contain the number 20. So all we need to do here is create some corresponding values for these variables here, and then submit the answer. So I'll give you all an opportunity to try this out yourself, and in a few moments I'll show everybody how to solve the challenge. Okay, actually I think there's one more exercise that we're going to be solving on PicoCTF after this. Okay, so let's start solving the challenge. So we've got the variables here. There's my string, my float, my int. All we need to do is we need to plug in the corresponding values and then click on submit. Should be okay. So my string is hello. My float is 10.0. And my int is 20. So with this all done, just click on submit, and then you're finished. Nico says, I did float 10. Yeah, I mean, that's going to work too. Whatever works, whatever works. Okay, so we're gonna talk a little bit about how we run Python scripts inside of Linux, because well, when we do CTF exercises, we're going to be running Python scripts inside of Linux. So let's talk about this. Where's the Just a second, let me get my link. Python session 1. Okay, so we're going to be running this runme.py challenge here. Here's the link. Oh, sorry. You can ignore the YouTube link. Just click on the first link. It'll take you to the challenge over at PicoCTF. And actually, before we go to the page, after you've logged into PicoCTF, we're going to be accessing the web shell. So the web shell is basically a little Linux machine that you can use to solve PicoCTF challenges. After you're logged in, click on the practice page, and on the practice page you can click on the web shell button. It's on the right hand side. So click on it. That's going to open up your web shell. We want to put this in its own browser tab. So we can go to the web shell, top of the web shell, beside the help button. There's a button that's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Click on that, and then your web shell will be full screen. We can make this bigger by going over to the zoom. So click on this part of the web page. There's a little thing called zoom. You can click on the plus button to make the text bigger, and well, just make it a size that is comfortable for you. Okay, so we've got our web shell here. Then we're going to go to the challenge. Defus says, install crypto miner and repeat. I would not try to install a crypto miner on the web shells here. Okay, so runme.py, this is a challenge. So it says run the runme.py script to get the flag, download the script with your browser or with wget in the web shell. So this is, we're going to be downloading the Python script. So just hover over the link, right click on it, select copy link. After that, go back to your web shell. The web shell is going to disconnect you if there's no traffic between the web shell and yourself in activity. You can reconnect very easily by hitting the return key. Okay, so anytime you're inside a web shell like this, you can clear the screen by typing in the word clear, hit the enter key, and what we're going to do inside the web shell, first of all, I'm just gonna get rid of some files. Just a second. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to download the Python script. So the Python script is here. Remember, we right-clicked on it, did copy link. In the web shell, we type in wget and then space, and then right-click, select paste. So this is going to be the command we use to download this file. give the command, hit the enter key, and you're going to see when we type the ls command to see what's in the directory, we've got the runme.py file in here. So we're in CTF challenges, you very often come across these Python scripts, and the way we run it, the way we run the files, where we run the scripts, is we use the Python command. So just type in Python and then space, and then the name of the script you want to run. So in this case, it's runme.py. So Python script files usually have the .py file extension here, and this is how you identify them. So you type in Python space runme.py, or py rather. Hit the enter key, and that runs the script. So the script gives you the flag that you're supposed to be submitting to the challenge. And if we take a look inside the script, so we use the cat command to read the file instead of executing the file, you're going to see that this is the contents of the script. So you're going to see that there's a variable in here called flag, and flag is equal to this string right here, and all it does is it prints out the flag. So print flag. This is this is stuff that we covered in today's lesson. So we assign variables, we print out those variables. This is all good. So what we can do is just copy the flag here, then go over to the PicoCTF challenge, and at the bottom of the challenge there's going to be a flag submission window. Paste in the flag, click on submit flag, and you're done. Okay, so let's talk about what we learned in today's lesson, because we did learn a lot of stuff, and I hope you can remember some of it for the next class. Oh, so we got a variables and types quiz. Which of the following about naming variables is true? So A, Python keywords should never be used as variable names. B, use single letter variable names as much as possible. C, variables that contain numbers should be named in uppercase letters, and variables with text should be named in lowercase letters, or none of the above. So there's one true statement here that we should pay attention to. And Jose Alves, I'm sorry I didn't see your comment before. Hello, nice to see you here. Nico says the answer is A. The answer is A. So Python keywords should never be used as variable names. Next question. Which of the following is not a data type? A. Strings. Letters or combinations of letters and numbers that are encased in single or double quotes. B. Integers. Whole numbers such as 1, 1337, and 256. If put between quotes, they become strings. C. Floating point numbers. Numbers with decimal points such as 0.0, 5.285, and 3.16. Or D. HackerFrogs, folks who love hacking and live streams. So which one is not a Python data type? The answer is D. This is not a data type, but strings, integers, and floats, these are all data types. Okay, so we did the exercise, and let's talk about a summary of what we learned today. So Hello World, we wrote the Hello World program in Python, which is the first program that students write for any computer language. We learned about the print function. We learned how to use the Python print function, which prints information to the console, and is common to almost all programs written in Python. We learned about variables. Programming variables are named storage locations which hold specific values and can be referenced multiple times in a program. Jason IT Solutions says, show again the web shell of the Pico challenge. Yeah, so the Pico CTF challenge, we've got, this is the web shell over here. And to access the web shell after you've logged in, you just need to go to this, URL here. This is, of course, after you've logged into the Pico CTF website. Okay, we learned about data types, which include strings, integers, and floats. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Programming Workshop, we'll continue learning Python with the learnpython.org website. And in the next lesson, we're going to be talking about Python lists. We're going to be talking about methods we use with those lists. And we're going to be talking about some basic arithmetic operations. So please look forward to that. That stream is going to be on What day is it today? Today's Friday. Okay, so the next workshop is going to be on Monday, and please look forward to this stuff. Okay, so that's it. All right, let's switch over to the next topic. So topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to be doing some software hacking. So this is binary hacking and reverse engineering. And we're going to be working on... Sozo asks, can you start over? I just got here. Well, you can go back. You can go back in the VOD, and you can go back in the lesson. It's no problem. Actually, if you're on YouTube, it's actually much easier to go back to previous points in today's lesson. Anyways, Sozo, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you some fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Okay, so let's get out of here. So what we're doing right now is, let me put an hour on the clock, and we're going to be doing challenges here from the OLIcyber website. It's an Italian CTF website, and CTF means capture the flag. It's basically cybersecurity exercises. So you can sign up for the website. If you're a little bit bothered that the site is in Italian, you don't need to feel so bad. You can translate everything. It's so easy to translate stuff on the internet these days. You can use a website like Google Translate. There are other browser extensions that translate everything on a web page. Very, very easy. Nika says, is this beginner stuff? I'm also studying Linux. I'll try to explain the concepts that we're talking about while we're doing software hacking, binary hacking, and reverse engineering. It's not especially beginner-friendly stuff, but it is something that I want to explore more because I want to teach a course on these subjects in the future. Okay, so we got software security here. There's a bunch of challenges that we've already solved, and I think we'll be going down the list. We've solved most of the very, very simple challenges in this category already, and we're just going to try to solve some new challenges today. I wouldn't say this is super beginner friendly stuff, but I'll try to explain as best as I can while we're working through these. Okay, so while we're working through these, I'm also going to be doing a little write-up, because we definitely want to document everything we're doing while we're solving cybersecurity exercises. Let me go ahead and go over to the OLIcyber portion here. So we got software hacking, and we've already solved a bunch of these challenges over here. If you're interested in taking a look at the write-ups that we've already done, you can find them on this GitHub page. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new file for this challenge we're going to be doing. So this is going to be dynamic software. This is the 10th challenge. Okay. So for each one of these challenges, we're going to record a few different things. The first thing we're going to record is the URL where you can find the challenge. The second thing is the concept we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the last thing we're going to record is the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so the first thing is pretty simple. We just need to grab the URL for the challenge and record it. The concept, what are we talking about here? So this is dynamic. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the description of the challenge, and we're going to translate it because we don't speak Italian. So we're just going to go to translate.google.com. We're going to paste in the description, and then we're going to read the description. Okay, so this binary calls the access flag function. However, as is often the case, binaries make many calls to other functions, so it's useful to be able to filter them somehow. The ltrace command provides the -e option, which allows you to filter the functions called. Oh, we were working on this last time. Okay, hopefully we can. We were working on this for a little while last time. Hopefully we don't get too stuck on this. So the ltrace command provides the -e option, which allows you to filter the function called. All right, let's go back to the challenge here. We can download the challenge, and then we can start messing around with it. So we can click on this. It'll download the file to our downloads directory. Okay, so the downloads directory is here. We've got SW10. This is the file that we just downloaded. If we run the file command on it, it'll tell us that this is an executable file. So an ELF 64-bit executable file. We can make it executable. Well, it's not executable right now because we see that the X file permission is missing from here. We need to make it executable by running this command, chmod +x sw10. Now we can run the thing. So if we just try running the binary, it does nothing. So what we want to do is we want to somehow find the flag for this challenge. So what was the description? This binary calls the access flag function. Okay, so binaries make calls to other functions, so it's helpful to be able to filter them somehow. The ltrace command provides the -e option, which allows you to filter the functions called. So if we run the ltrace command on this, ltrace is not installed. I guess we need to install this. So I'm working on a unable to locate package ltrace. That's weird. Let me try sudo Sorry, I need to do some maintenance on my computer. This is a new installation of Kali Linux. So Jason IT Solutions says, what challenge are we doing right now? So this is the challenge we're doing right now. Let me grab the URL. There you go. Okay, so we updated our packages. We just need to ltrace Pacman. I don't think Kali Linux uses Pacman. It uses another one. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I think we should be able to use ltrace now. Yeah, okay. So ltrace, we're running ltrace with this binary here. And it's opening a bunch of functions. So open, let's see. This is not your flag over and over again. Zeno says, Pacman is Arch's package manager. Kali uses apt like Ubuntu and Debian. Oh, okay. I don't know very much about Arch Linux. Unfortunately, I don't use Arch because I didn't tell you I use Arch. Otherwise, you would know. Okay, so So how do we use ltrace with the -e? So I don't use this program very often. So I'm gonna start asking about it. So how can we use the ltrace command with -e to filter out functions we don't want to see. Okay, so let's see. Basic syntax, ltrace e filter program. So for example, we could do malloc or free or printf or fprint or read, write, open. These are the things we would be filtering out. Trace specific functions, trace by library. So what's in our output here? Well, it looks like we don't want open, but if we omit open, oh, this is the rand function, right? Rand ltrace-e rand. Oh, this filters only for rand. All right, we don't want rand. So this filters only for open. Cypher says, just in, what are you working on? So we're working on some software hacking challenges over at the OLIcyber website. We're currently working on this one. I highly encourage everybody to sign up for the website because it's got a lot of good challenges. So let me demonstrate. So this website here, it's got somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 challenges across a lot of different categories. And if you're really, what I'm really impressed with is that the introduction challenges here, they really talk a lot about the concepts that they're teaching here, and they're very, very educational for people who want to learn about these topics. Nico says, unfortunately, this is a bit too advanced. I need to get better. I'll join in for the next lesson. Good luck on the lesson. No worries, Nico. This isn't necessarily a lesson we're doing right now. We're just doing some challenges, and we're trying to talk through them. But no worries if it's too advanced for you. You can come back. We're gonna be doing our HackerFrogs AfterSchool stuff on Python next week as well. Just the first 2 hours should be beginner friendly on the streams. The challenge has a clue on what to filter for, and Diva says, I'm currently running Catchy OS as a main so far. It's just better than Windows. After default installation, I had every single driver I need on my system installed without doing anything, and it just runs very well. Awesome. I don't know, what is Catchy OS? Is it pronounced Catchy OS or Cashy OS? I'm not too sure. All right, so we're doing, let's see, software security, dynamic 3, and access flag. So I guess we're looking for access. So filter on access. Wow, that's it, huh? So access flag, and this is the flag. Awesome, awesome. And thank you very much for the suggestion, Zeno. Yeah. I was getting caught up in the stuff I was actually saying here. All right, so I guess this is the command we use to filter out for the access. Whoops. Let's finish our write-up. So the concept here is using the ltrace command to filter for functions run by the binary. So method to solve, use this ltrace command to filter out only, to filter on only the access functions. Okay, so that is the command we use to get the flag. Done, done, done. Zeno, are you a person who uses this website a lot? Just wondering, but thank you very much for your contributions. No worries. Diva says Arch, like Linux, has Arch like Linux with high compatibility to media and gaming related stuff. Streamlabs, thank you very much for subscribing. One for all and all for one. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun Nyan Cat. TGIF, everybody. Oh, okay. So Zeno is probably very acquainted with using stuff like ltrace and strace, because you've been doing software, cloud, and security engineering for quite a while now. Way more experience than I have, anyways. Okay, so we just finished dynamic software challenge number 10. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, I forgot to submit the flag. Just a second. Sometimes I forget to submit the flag because I'm all about the learning and not about the turning in your flags. Done. Okay, so this is the next one is software challenge number 11. Here's the link. And let's start the write-up. Whoops. I meant to get the name of the challenge. Okay, let's include all of our usual information. So this is where we put the URL, the concept we need to solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Let me just fill in the URL and then we will get started. Okay. We'll translate the description for the challenge. This binary is similar to the previous one, except that the binary executes a fork and the child process executes open flag. So the strace command allows you to trace syscalls executed by child processes with the -f option. Okay, so we're learning about how to use different utilities on these binaries to inspect them. That's great. Alright, let's go over to the challenge. And we've got a file we can download. Okay, so we got the file in question here. We just need to make it executable. And just for fun, we'll run the program. Spawning child process, executing flag, executing open flag, child exited. That's, well, that's fun. Let's run the strace program on the binary. strace is also not installed. Okay, let's install it then. This is what I get for doing a new install of Kali Linux. Okay, done. Cannot find executable. Oh, okay. We have to reference it. Okay, so part of getting used to a program is figuring out how the output works. It runs some different system calls over here, and what we need to pay attention to is what it said in the description. So the binary executes a fork, and the child process executes open flag. The strace command allows you to trace system calls executed by child processes using the F option. So I guess we just run the same command, but we use the F flag. Wow, that was easy. Okay, so we're dealing with PID this PID over here is the parent process. The child process that is spawned is this slightly different one. It's just incremented by 1, and it opens another. It does another function call that has the flag inside of it. All right, well, that was useful. Okay, let's do our write-up. So here we're using the strace command to inspect system calls made by child processes. Okay, so the method to solve, use the strace command with the -f, I think it's -f, flag to output system calls by child processes. Okay. We'll supply the command that we used. And then we'll commit those changes. Okay, this is another write-up done. Path contains a malformed path component. Please choose a different path and try again. Oh, okay. So the reason why I'm putting all these underscores here instead of spaces is because we can't put spaces in our file names when we're dealing with GitHub. Did that go through? Let's cancel that. Let's go in and make sure that this is, yeah, this is the correct file name. Let's commit those changes. Wait, what is path contains a malformed path component? Dynamic4.md software 11. What's malformed in this case? I don't see the problem. Well, I mean, there's been the dashes in other file names before. Not too sure why I would take issue with it now. Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. I accidentally put in this thing here. Let me delete. The problem is that I accidentally pasted in the URL. Okay, let's get rid of all this. Okay, this should resolve the issue. Okay, done. Great. Yeah, I accidentally pasted in some bad input. All right, let me update my music and then we can continue. Okay, next challenge. Oh, sorry, we need to submit the flag. Here's the flag. Okay. Next challenge is Dynamic Software Challenge number 5, Software Challenge 12. Okay, here is the challenge number. And before we continue, let me set up the write-up. Okay, URL, concept, Method of solve. Let me grab that URL, then we can start. Okay, it looks like this challenge is becoming more difficult. Let's grab the entire description and we'll translate it. Okay, this program executes 3 move instructions and then executes a int3. Int3. Int3 is an instruction used by debuggers to set breakpoints and halt program execution. One of the most popular debuggers for Linux environments is GDB, an instruction to which can be found in the Software Security 2 module. To install GDB on Ubuntu, we do this. Open the challenge. The run command will run the program in the debugger. At any time you can press Ctrl-C to pause program execution, then use continue to resume execution. The info registers command can print the status of the CPU registers. Wait for int3 to execute and then read the contents of the registers. With info registers, concatenate the values of the first 3 registers in hexadecimal. Concatenate the values of the first 3 registers in hexadecimal and then insert them into flag without the 0x hex before the values. As with the rest of the dynamic challenges, try to solve them without using static analysis tools like Ghidra. Okay, let's give this a try. Okay, we've got a binary to download. Download that binary. And we'll make this file executable. Okay, we have an ad running on Twitch, so we're running one on YouTube, and we'll also put on some birds. It's time for the happy birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we got this file over here, and the description tells us wait for the 3 int commands to execute, then read the contents of the registers within the info registers. All right, so most of the time when we take a look at software challenges, we're not using GDB, although GDB is the most common program. We enjoy using Radare 2, which is another very widely used debugging program, and this is how we would run it. So we would run, ooh, nice. Zeno, are you a Radare 2 fan as well? So we do Radare 2 debug and the name of the binary. Okay, then we analyze the binary with the AAAs. And what does it want us to do? I'm going to take a look at what's going on inside the main function. So we can print the disassembly at the main function. So we got 3 instructions right here. So the int3 instruction, this is what we're looking out for, and the instructions tell us to do something. Zeno says, I'm not very good at using it, only used it a little when I was in AppSec Consultant. It's an awesome tool though. Yeah, it's very, very powerful. Wait for int3 to execute, then read the contents of the registers with the info registers, concatenate the values of the first 3 registers in hexadecimal. So when you say concatenate, it's just putting them together, not adding them together, right? Insert them into flag without the hexadecimal thing. Okay, so they want us to take a look at the registers, and what we can do is we can set a breakpoint inside of the program by doing this command. So db sets a breakpoint. We're going to set it at this instruction over here, right before the int3 instruction goes off. So after we do that, we can see that the breakpoint has been set by the little b over here. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to run the program. So DC is going to run the program, and then it says it hit the breakpoint at this address, which is the one we set here. So from here, Panico Panko says, reverse engineering, yo, yeah, reverse engineering. Punko, it must be super late where you are. So I'm thinking that it's somewhere around like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. where you are. Are you okay? Okay, so we can take a look at what's in the registers by giving the dr command. Panko says, I'm in the DevOps trenches. Are you 5 more minutes, Mom? Well, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I will make the observation that it is very late where you are. Okay, so we're taking a look at RAX, RBX, and RCX. So these are the values. So they want us to concatenate these together. And if we're concatenating them together, let me do it inside of a text editor. Okay. So these are the values here. Do they want us to just put them together like this? And then put our flag wrapper around them? I mean, Fatah says it's 2:30 a.m. in Germany right now. Yeah, I mean, you're all probably in the same kind of time zone. You're all probably in the same kind of time zone. All right, so it's flag, and then we put the flag wrapper around it. So these are the values. You got to spell the word flag correctly. Okay. Let's see if this works. If it doesn't, then we're going to have to find some other solution. That is the valid flag. Okay. So let's talk about what we're supposed to do in this program. New file. So concept is inspecting memory registers at specific points in program execution. Okay, so method is solve. So the first thing we want to do is open up the binary with our debugger. Redare2. Okay, this is the command. So it's just R2 in debug mode. I think it's number 12, right? SW12. Okay. All right. So from there, we can analyze the binary and look at the disassembled main function with these commands. Okay, so inside of Redare2, we do AAA to analyze, and then print disassembly function at main to see the main function disassembly. Okay, so from here, the instructions for the challenge ask us to look at the memory registers right before the int3 instruction is executed. We can set a breakpoint for that program address with the following command. So it's db to set the breakpoint, and then the address was where? This one. It's not what I wanted. Okay. So after that, we can run the program until the breakpoint with this command. So we're just running the DC command. After hitting the breakpoint, we can inspect the values in the memory registers with this command. So it's dr to take a look at the memory registers. The challenge instructs us to concatenate the values of the first 3 memory registers, but omit the 0x portion of it, which results in this value. Okay, so the value is here. The last thing we need to do is put the value inside of the flag wrapper, which is this. Flag value goes here. Okay, done. Let's save that out. And let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, everybody, this is software challenge number 13. Ooh, there is a lot of stuff here. You know what? Before we start, I need to start up my my write-up. Okay. Oops. Okay. We need a URL, we need a concept for challenge, and we need a method of solving. Let's take a look at the challenge description. It looks like the instructions are getting more and more complex. So with GDB, you can print the results of expressions using the print command, abbreviated P. Its syntax is printf expr or print expr, where print is the command, f is the format and when to print the result of the expression, X for hexadecimal, F for floats, D for signed integers, or U for unsigned integers. So EXPR can be a register, such as RAX, but it can also be an arithmetic expression, such as RAX plus hex 100. The program saves the flag inside of the RAX register and then executes int3. Open the program with GDB and at the breakpoint, read RAX using the p command. To obtain the flag, print the register as a signed integer and place the result inside of flag without the plus minus sign. So we're going to try to figure out how to do this with Radare 2. And, well, I guess we need to download the file. Okay, download that file. It is done. Okay, we've got SW13, chum mode. Alright, so what happens if we just run this thing? So trace breakpoint trap. Trace breakpoint trap. Anyways, let's open it up with Radare 2. We analyze the binary, and I think we need to take a look at the main function. Print this assembly function at main. I mean, it's not a very it's not a very large main function here. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Open the program with GDB3 and at the breakpoint read RAX using the p command. Okay, so the breakpoint is move ABS. This is an instruction I'm not too familiar with, so I'm just going to look it up. So this is an x86 instruction, move ABS. Okay. So move ABS is a variant of the move instruction in the x86 64 assembly language. It's to load a 64-bit immediate literal value into the 64-bit general purpose register. Hey, nice to see you here. Masano Yaru? Hello, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so 64-bit immediate values. Designed to work with 64-bit registers. Okay, so standard move instructions typically only support 32-bit immediate values, which are sign extended to 64 bits using 64-bit registers. Oh, okay, so you have to use move ABS if you want to move larger values. So I guess because they're moving a very large value, this is why, Zeno says it's the 64-bit assembly version of assigning a constant value to a register, basically. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so this is RAX, right? I mean, we can set our breakpoint right here. We'll set a breakpoint at this address. We'll run the program. We hit the breakpoint, and then we can just take a look at the RAX, the value in RAX. It should be exactly this. Yeah, okay, so that's, what do they want us to do? Program, the challenge tells us to do something. Let me get rid of some of these other tabs. Okay, so open the program with GDB and at the breakpoint read RAX using the p command. So p is for what? Print is the command. So just read it using this command. To obtain the flag, print the register as a signed integer. So D for signed integer, and place the results inside of So how do we do this with our favorite program, Radare 2? Let's ask the AI. We want to use Radare 2 to print the value of a memory register as a, what is it, signed or unsigned? As a signed integer. How do we do this? Okay, so we can print memory register values as signed integers using PF. So print format. So here are the main approaches. Print register values as signed integers. So print FD. So I guess this is going to be a 64-bit integer. Print value as a signed integer. So PF Q for 64-bit at RAX. And we are doing, we can also do this. Show register values in multiple formats, including decimal. Decimal, I mean, signed integer means decimal. Okay, well, let's try this. What? Hold on. So register value in multiple formats. This doesn't give us multiple formats. Unless decimal means float. Decimal, I mean decimal in most. This isn't going to be a float. This is going to be a really big value. Actually, you know what we can do? We can just take this and we can just do question mark this, and it'll give this in a bunch of different formats. So yeah, you can do this inside of Radare 2. You do question mark and then some piece of data, and it'll do the conversions. So integer 64 is this. U unsigned is U integer, unsigned integer. It is very handy. So octal, we got units, we got segments, we got strings. And so just to be sure, we can also do this. So print format Q for the 64-bit integer. U is unsigned without the U is signed. Okay. So unsigned integer is this, signed integer is this. They're looking for signed, right? Just check one more time. Print the register as a signed integer and place the result without the plus minus sign. So if they're looking for the signed integer, it's just this. And we put that inside the flag wrapper, and the flag wrapper is this right here. Okay, let's see if this is the flag. That is the flag. Okay, great. Let's do our write-up. Oh, we didn't put down the URL. Here's the URL. Concept. So the concept is translating register values into different formats. Okay, so then Den Chiaco? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let us know how to pronounce your name, user D. What kind of CTF is this? Yeah, so this is the Italian Olympics of Cybersecurity, and this is the site right here. Den is fine. Don't even bother. No worries, no worries. Den is easy for me to remember. Thank you. But yeah, it's an Italian cybersecurity CTF site. It's very nice. It's very nice, but you know, everything's in Italian. You have to translate the stuff from Italian to whatever language you speak. But yeah, it's not too bad. And there's a lot of good stuff here. There's a lot of good stuff here. All right, let's continue. Concept: translating register values into different formats. Method of solve. So we have to use. We don't have to use. We can use. We can use Radari2 to open the binary and inspect it. So I'll just give the commands Radari2. This is 13, right? 13. Then we inspect the binary, and then we print the disassembly function at main, and then we set a breakpoint at, where is it? This thing. The challenges so far do seem pretty good. I mean, I like them a lot. They're very educational. And I guess that means that they're less challenging, but it's important to educate more than challenge, especially when you're doing this for the first time. Okay. Set the breakpoint, run the thing, and then inspect the register. So dr. So our instructions are to look at the value of the RAX register. But in an unsigned, or no, a signed integer format. Let's see, Den says, I saw assembly must mean it's deep. Well, I mean, assembly, you need to get used to looking at the assembly instructions. Otherwise, you're not going to get very far in the software hacking space. So Zeno says, they have you using tools and doing things that are generally useful, like simple explorations of the debugger. Yeah, I think this is the type of stuff you definitely want to learn when you're first learning about reverse engineering and like binary hacking stuff. Noid Consumer says, I just installed Kali into a flash drive last night. I'm a beginner and I'm very lost. Unfortunately, the stuff that we're covering right now is not super beginner friendly, but what we're doing right now is we're trying to inspect compiled binary programs and try to understand what kind of instructions they're running. If you have any specific questions about the stuff that I'm doing, feel free to ask the questions in chat. I'll try to answer the best I can. I'm not a super expert on this stuff, but I am trying to learn how to explain this stuff. So is this assembly? Yeah, the stuff we're taking a look at here, these are assembly instructions. So when we look at these instructions here, these are the program addresses where the instructions are at. So these are all like hexadecimal numbers, and these are the instructions in hexadecimal for the program, and the translation of these instructions are over here on the right hand side. So this is push RBP, move RBP, RSP. These are assembly language instructions. They're a little bit more difficult to read than higher level language code. But I'll try to, if you have any questions about the code in particular, let us know. Den says, still need to learn assembly and other low-level languages. I wish to have my own CVE at some point. Panko says, ASM is notoriously hard to explain because it's a 70-year-long history. It's, if you want to get started using assembly, then this is a good site, ASM Tutor. This will teach you how to code in assembly. There's the link if you want to check it out. Okay, so what we were writing up we were doing our little write-up. Okay, so our instructions are to take a look at the value of the RAX register, but in an assigned integer format, we can use this instruction in Radare 2 to see just that. Okay. Noid Consumer says it's basically one step away from binary, right? It's so binary isn't the correct term. Machine code is the correct term. But it is, yeah. So assembly instructions are very, very close to the actual instructions that are being run by the processor. Zeno says, assembly is easier to learn for older machines. 6502 assembly is my favorite because it's a very simple architecture, which definitely helped demystify assembly for me. When you learn one assembly language, it makes other assembly languages easier to understand because they usually function in similar ways. Okay, so what was the instruction that we got? PFQ at RAX. I mean, this is not what we want. We want something that looks like this. Hold on. Let me change up my music just a second, everybody. Okay, so Radare 2 print signed integer. So the print data is signed integers in Radare 2 pxd. So I mean, I'm getting conflicting messages here. So pxd and then the name of the register. PXD at RAX. No. Cypher asks, is this shirt lesson? Shirt lesson? Sorry, I'm not too sure what shirt lesson refers to. This isn't the Python stuff anymore. We're not doing that right now. We're doing some software challenges, software hacking challenges. Short lesson. Short lesson? Is that what you're looking for, Cypher? So here, n signature is a signed integer. Man, I'm not getting the right answer here. So print value at register RAX as a signed 64-bit. Let's see. 64-bit signed long. This isn't. These aren't the commands I'm looking for, are they? Nope. There's a YouTube channel called NES Hacker that has some great content on writing assembly for the NES. That's awesome. NES Hacker, huh? Let me take a note of that. Okay. So is this GDB or Radare? This is Radare 2. I'm trying to figure out how to use Radare 2 better. Let's try. I'm going to try asking another AI how to do this. I'll ask using ChatGPT on another screen. Just a second. I want to print the value of RAX using the Radare 2 software in signed 64-bit integer format. Okay, so, oh, are we finished already? Wow. Time really flew. Jeez. Okay, so this is the answer I got from ChatGPT. It's this. The problem is this is still hexadecimal. I want it in decimal format. Okay, let me try asking, let's see. Print it as decimal. So maybe we need to D? To output the value in decimal numbers. Decimal base, not hexadecimal. Okay, so we need to... Wait, isn't this the same thing? It's the same darn thing. Okay, let me see if I can let's just complete this. DR no. What are we doing? Okay, so in Radare we can use the question mark sum data command to output the data provided in multiple formats. We grab the value in the RAX register. Then we run this command. Okay, Den asks, can't you just convert this into decimal, or are you looking for a specific command that does that? I would like a command that does it all for me in one step. The way I'm doing it right now, it's not one step, it's two steps. Okay. So in the output, can see that the signed integer value is this. Okay, let me grab the signed integer value. The instructions tell us to provide that value, but without the minus or plus signs as the value of the flag. We need to put the value in between the flag wrapper, which is this. Flag value goes here. Okay, and Noid Consumer says, do we need to know calculus to some degree to do ASM? No, not really. The calculations in assembly are nothing. They're nothing super complicated. It's mostly addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Nothing super complicated. Okay, commit the changes, and we need to move on to the last challenge of the day. Everybody, Noid Consumer says integers and factorials are just algebra, but that does it go to calculation and trigonometry level of math? No, not really. I mean, I can ask really quick. So in most assembly languages, do we need to understand, what was it? Calculus or trigonometry to understand the instructions? Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Den. Much appreciated. No, you don't need to know calculus or trigonometry. Yeah, so most of the calculations that are done are addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. There are some bitwise operations. So if you learn how to do binary operations like AND or XOR, NOT, and bit shifting, then that'll help you out, because you will see these kind of instructions as well. But there isn't any super advanced mathematics. Let's see. Zen says trigonometry is more often to come into play if you're doing something with geometry or math skills, like game development. Panakopanko says the hardest part is holding it all in your head and making the imaginary registers. Yeah, the good thing about the about using debuggers is that you can pause. You can set breakpoints for any point in the program execution, and then you can start taking a look at what's inside of the computer memory. That'll help you out a lot. Anyways, we need to stop, because we need to do the final part of today's stream. So the final part of today's stream is we're going to be doing some Windows hacking. And boy oh boy, it's going to be a lot of fun, because you're going to get to watch me try to use Bloodhound. And I don't like using Bloodhound. And the reason I don't like using Bloodhound is because I'm not good at it. Anyways, we'll talk about this in a bit when we start doing the challenges. Okay, so we just finished up here. I saved that, right? Yeah, 13's done. Good. And I'm going to be trying to explain the Windows hacking challenge that I'm about to do over at the HackSmarter website. So HackSmarter is another cybersecurity content creator who created their own education platform. So there's lots of stuff over at HackSmarter. You can sign up for a $9 monthly membership, or you can get certain modules on the website for free if you want to. Let me take a look at the catalog. So the catalog here, we've got a bunch of different courses. Some of them, Hack With Me Windows Systems Volume 1, Pay What You Can. Okay, this actually looks pretty cool. Let me take a look. Okay, so Hack With Me Windows Hacking. Hack With Me series, you'll get a front row seat as we tackle a live target. I'll show you my full methodology, including rabbit holes and unexpected challenges you'll face in actual engagement. Learn how to perform effective enumeration and port scanning, uncover hidden vulnerabilities and misconfigurations, get an initial foothold in the target system, and you'll get a certificate of completion. There's also, following along with this Hack With Me requires a VIP Plus subscription on Hack the Box. Oh, wow. Okay. I guess it's not, you couldn't get it for free if you wanted to, because you need an account over at Hack the Box to get access to the machine that they're hacking. That's okay. That's okay. There's other good stuff here as well. Let's see. There's also a section over here on doing command and control stuff with Sliver. Let's see, hands-on phishing, intro to AWS pen testing. This looks really, really good because there are not very many courses that talk about how to do cloud pen testing. And in this case, cloud pen testing is dealing with AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. And there's a lot of this stuff when you're dealing with web applications. They use a lot of cloud stuff. Let's see. You also have Active Directory, Hack With Me Active Directory Volume 1. I'm thinking that this is going to be another program where you need to have access to... You need VulnLab subscription to follow along with the lab. VulnLab. So VulnLab is another one of these education platforms where you can what is it, VPN into their network and then start hacking against machines on their network. Okay, but we're going to be doing this machine over here that that I have access to. It's called Building Magic. And for people who don't have access to this machine, it's going to be a watch along. But if you have access to it, this is the link. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to be talking about how to get into the machine and what kind of techniques we use to hack against this Windows Active Directory network. Let's go ahead and start. So platform access, I'm going to have to download the VPN key to access the network here. Let me download the VPN config. So this is it. Okay. We're going to use this key here, AD challenge, etc., to VPN into the network. So we're going to open VPN, and this will give me access to the network. So we'll know that we have access to the network when we give this command IPA to take a look at our networking stuff. And we've got a ton0 device. So ton0 is the device name that is assigned to VPN connections. Or at least it usually is. It could be something else. But we see here that we've got our own IP address on this network. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to contact the machine after we start it up. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to start the machine. It's got a static IP address, which is nice. I'm going to try pinging the machine on this IP address. I can't contact the machine. Let me try scanning against the machine. Oh, you know what? There are some instructions. So there's additional instructions for the machine as well. Wait a couple of minutes. So there's some instructions here. So launch the machines and wait until 3 minutes. Download the VPN file connected with this command. Ignore the connect button in the user interface. Let's see. So objective. So as a pen tester on the HackSmarter Red Team, your objective is to achieve a full compromise of the AD environment. Cypher asks, are CTF challenge VPNs real VPNs? They're real VPNs. They do give you access to another network. So they are real virtual private networks. Okay, initial access. A prior enumeration phase has yielded a leaked database containing user credentials usernames and hash passwords. This information will serve as your starting point for gaining initial access to the network. Okay, so your task is to leverage the compromised credentials, escalate privileges, move laterally through Active Directory. Note to user, to access the target machine, you must add the following entries to the etc host file. So we do need to modify our etc host file and add these names before we can use the machine. So we can do that over here. We're going to edit our etc host file. Okay, so in doing this, we're basically letting our tools know that whenever we type in this domain, buildingmagic.local or dc1.buildingmagic.local, we're referring to a specific IP address. So the specific IP address is this one. Okay, so once we add this, whenever we type in buildingmagic.local, it resolves to this IP address. Let's save that out. And then we're going to try ping the machine. Ping c4 buildingmagic.local. And we can access the machine, so this is all good. So we're just going to do our nmap port scanning here. Nmap, scan all the ports. Actually, we don't need to scan all the ports. We'll just scan the normal ports. We're going to get the versioning information for the stuff. We're going to run it very verbose. And we're going to run it pretty fast, not too fast, on buildingmagic.local. Den says, Amin says, cool, I'm an absolute beginner in Active Directory. I'm going to enjoy that with you. So Den says, though the VPNs are real, it's important to note that they use split tunneling, meaning that if you want to abuse it, it's not going to work. Defa says, in my opinion, it shouldn't tell you the host names. You can enumerate that. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not sure. I think it could be that the way that the VPN is set up, that, you know what? Let me try something. Before I run my nmap scan, I'm going to go over to I'm just going to try pinging the IP address. So the IP address is here. Okay, yeah. I mean, we could definitely get the domains from scanning, but for some reason they tell us not to do that. That's okay. Anyways, let's run the scan. Nmap. Oh, okay, I misspelled nmap. Den says, at least that's how it is for TryHackMe. It should be pretty similar to TryHackMe, the VPN network anyways, or the setup. No One Consumer says, I like Hydra Wizard. That's the only thing I've learned so far. I'll learn Hydra once I've learned more of Kali Linux. No Consumer. Yeah, I've never heard of Hydra Wizard before. What is Hydra Wizard? So there's all sorts of stuff I don't know about cybersecurity stuff. I use a lot of older tools because those are the ones I've been taught. So we've scanned the target. We've got a bunch of very commonly used Active Directory ports here. Defa says, I only use Hydra Wizard. Is it a GUI for Hydra THC? I don't know. If someone could tell me, that would be great. Okay, so we got domain buildingmagic.local. Great. So we could have gotten the information here. And then we could have added this to our etc host file. So there's a bunch of very common Active Directory ports open. So 53, 88, 135, 139, 445. and I think it's 636. These are also very common ports that are open on Active Directory machines. So on domain controllers, you'll also see port 88 and port 53 open. Defa says, what was that? There's too much stuff to learn out there. Cybersecurity is learning forever, basically. Yeah, I agree with that. Defa says, it asks you for what you want to scan for without having to remember all the parameters. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that's very handy. It's very handy. All right, so let me take a look at my notes. I took some notes about this. Ah, okay. So the other thing we have to understand is that there's some additional instructions here in the form of this leaked database file. So we need to use this information to get initial access to the machine. So I'm just going to copy all this. Okay, we'll create a file. Let's see. We'll call it database leak.txt. So this is the stuff. So we need to use this to get initial access. So what we really want to pay attention to is the usernames and the passwords. In this case, it's a password hash. It's not an actual password. So we could try using this as the direct password. It's probably not going to work because we were told that these were password hashes. So one thing that we can do is we can try cracking these password hashes to try to figure out what's going on, or to try to figure out if we can use any of these passwords. The other thing that we want to do is we want to get a list of just the usernames and just the passwords. And in this case, I'm just going to delete this part of the file, the first thing. And we're going to try doing some transformation using Linux Magic. So Linux Magic is getting the format to go just right. Diva says, I didn't even know that there was a Hydra Wizard GUI. I always use the CLI wizard. I mean, if you use the CLI, you're cooler than people who use GUI stuff, right? Okay, so we're going to... First, we're going to get just the usernames. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can use awk to print out the second element. Oh man, misspelled awk. Hold on. I need to put this between some squiggly brackets. Okay, so this gets us just the usernames. And the other thing we want to do is we want to make sure that there's no trailing spaces or anything inside of here, so we'll just do the tr command to delete any white spaces. Okay, Diva says, I don't know, watching YouTube on browsers is way cooler than on curl. Man, if only you could watch YouTube on curl, that would be awesome. Alright, so we're gonna put everything into a file called users.txt. And if we take a look at users.txt, then we've got just the usernames here. And we want to do the same thing with thank you very much for subscribing, Andre. Andre, thank you. ASCII Star Wars. That would be pretty cool. But XR, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got the usernames. Next thing we want to do is we want to get just the hashes. So we're going to do the same thing, but we're just going to get the last thing in the field. So nf. So if anybody wonders how I got these commands, I got them from asking ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is very good for figuring out how to format things in just an exact way. ASCII Star Wars via Telnet is a real thing. It absolutely is. Okay, are you cracking into Windows yet? Also, have you gotten any rewards for bug bounty hunting? Have you ever been to a hackathon? Hackathon, the term hackathon refers to programming, not necessarily hacking. Okay, so we're gonna we haven't cracked any passwords yet. We're going to be doing that soon. So we're just going to take this. We're going to call it hashes.txt. And so if we take a look at hashes.txt, it's these things. So what we want to do is we want to take the hashes here and we want to start cracking them. I think T-Play Terminal Play can do YouTube. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Krister Gottfried. Thank you very much. Let's give you a fun video redeem. We haven't done Jurassic Park in a while.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Zeno says, slap those hashes in Google and see if someone else has already figured them out. I mean, you could. The other thing we need to think about is whether or not we want to treat this like, you know, like a real-life engagement. If we wanted to treat this like a real-life engagement, we would not put the hashes onto the internet because that could expose some customer information, and that is absolutely a no-go. But one thing that we should do is we should try to identify what kind of hashes these are. So when I approached this last time, so we did this machine last week, and when I approached this last time, I assumed that these were Windows hashes, so NTLM hashes, or NT hashes in particular. But these are actually not NTLM hashes. If we use a tool like, what is it, hash identifier? We paste in the hash, and it tells us that this is most likely MD5. So it's important to identify what kind of hashes you're looking at before you start trying to crack them. Because if you misidentify a hash and you try to crack it, you're not going to have any type of progress. So Cypher says, what about CrackStation or something? So CrackStation is a public resource, and if you're doing a professional job, you wouldn't pass customer hashes to public resources like CrackStation. Anyways, let's go ahead and put on an ad because there's one running on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll put on some birds. How about, where are the best birds? This is a good one. Okay, we'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's get back to the hacking. So Zena says, certainly no point in looking up a salted hash to see if someone has the plain text. I mean, I guess that really depends whether or not you know what the salt is. Anyways, let's so this is an MD5 hash. So when we try to crack the hash, we need to identify the type of hashing that's being used. Let's just get out of here. Okay, so we're going to run a hash cracking program. That's going to be John the Ripper. So John the Ripper is a pretty common hash cracking program, and when you run John the Ripper, you need to supply a word list. We're going to use 14 million of the most common passwords, and we're going to specify that this is MD5. So we're going to run it on hashes.txt. No such file. Oh, rocku.txt has been... Yeah, okay, this is a new Kali Linux installation. So I need to unzip rocku.txt. So it comes zipped on Kali Linux. You need to unzip it. Let's take a look at the contents of the directory first. User, share, word lists. Sometimes you don't need to specify the format of the hash. Sometimes you don't need to. In this case, you do. Okay, so rocku.txt is here, but it's gzipped. So let's gunzip it. Gunzip rocku.txt gz. Permission denied. We need to sudo that. Okay. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that CrackStation, you can just grab the dictionary that CrackStation uses, and so we're talking about a tool called CrackStation.net. It's a place where you can paste in hashes and you can try to crack them. So the thing about CrackStation is that it uses a very specific word list to check against. So the problem with CrackStation's word list is that it is very, very big. So this is million, billion. So there's 1.4 billion passwords. It's pretty close to 1.5 billion passwords, and it's 15 gigabytes. I don't want to put this on my computer. So you can download this and you can use their word list if you want to, if you want to emulate using CrackStation without actually supplying the hashes to the CrackStation application. Zena says, imagine they used MD5 instead of what AD normally uses, so it's much easier to recover a password from. It's not that hard. The NT password hash is not. It is something we can crack, but MD5 is easier to crack. Anyways, let's go ahead and run John the Ripper. Okay, so we got a hit. So Neem says, what would you guys recommend for doing internships as an assistant junior pen tester, just for some type of experience? Just for some type of experience. That's tough. I haven't heard of any companies that take interns, but they do. Some companies will do like tiered pen testers, so junior pen testers versus regular pen testers, etc. I would. Sorry. Thank you very much for following Straydum. It's scarce. I would say if you know people in the InfoSec community, you could try asking them if they know of any companies that might run programs like that. Most of the time, you're not going to see stuff like that, but you can try asking around. Okay, so we found a password hash. We cracked it. Little Ron Ron. So Little Ron Ron is a potential password on the system. We're just going to add that to the passwords file. Actually, we don't need to. Or maybe we should. So echo that out to pass.txt. Little Ron Ron. Stratum says, thanks man, how's it going? And Zeno says, I've seen some AppSec consultancy companies take interns, but I'm not too sure how common it is. I would say ask around. How's it going? We're just doing some Windows hacking right now. So what are we doing? Okay, so these are the leaked password hashes. We managed to crack one of them, and they've got a video that helps you get initial access. That's okay. We're gonna be struggling on our own over here. Okay, so we got the password Little Ron Ron, but we don't know which password hash that was. So what we can do is we can pass this over to a program like NetExec. NetExec it's basically the program you use when you do a lot of Windows hacking stuff, especially when you're dealing with Active Directory. So Actually, wait, is this installed? Okay, it is installed. So netexec, we have to specify a protocol. We have to specify a domain. So building magic.local. We need to specify a user and a password. So the username is, the users are users.txt, and the password is pass.txt. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Sir Machado. Thank you. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set up my time limit. Anyways, we'll put an hour on the clock. We'll see where we are after an hour or so. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're gonna do. So we got a match. We got R Whittleton and the password Little Ron Ron. So we've got a set of credentials. So we can just add this to our list of stuff. Echo that out to creds.txt. Okay. The other thing we should do is we should confirm whether or not this is a valid set of credentials inside of netexec. Lil Ron Ron. Okay, so if this is valid, we shouldn't get an error message. So we do not get an error message, which means these are valid credentials. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we can do some Kerber roasting. Okay, so what is Kerber roasting? Let's talk a little bit about it. What is Kerber roasting? This is a type of attack you can do inside of a Active Directory network. Funnily enough, it says this is a post-X attack. I don't know if it's necessarily just a post-X attack. Let's talk about it. Okay, so this is a post-X attack technique targeting the Kerberos authentication protocol, enabling adversaries to extract encrypted server's account credentials from Active Directory. In such an attack, an authenticated domain user requests a Kerberos ticket for a SPN service principal name. The retrieved Kerberos ticket is encrypted using a hash derived from the service account's password. The adversary then works offline to crack the password hash, often using brute force techniques. Once the plaintext credentials of the service have been obtained, the adversary can impersonate the account owner and inherit access to any systems, assets, or networks granted by the compromised account. So, Kerber roasting lets you get access to service accounts or service principal names, and the only thing you need to have to perform such an attack is an authenticated domain user. And our user right here, R Whittleton, is a authenticated domain user. So let's go ahead and do the Kerber roasting attack. So we can do the Kerber roasting attack inside of netexec, except we're not doing it against the SMB protocol, we're doing it against the LDAP protocol. What is the rest of that command? So okay, we need to specify we're doing Kerber roasting. And we need to specify an output file to put the credentials into after we finish our Kerber roasting. So we're just going to run that. Okay, and we managed to get a match. Okay, so this is R Haggard. This is the name of the account. Usually, service principal names or SPN accounts they're usually descriptive more than just named accounts like this. So they're usually stuff like network service, or I don't know, backup service, something like that. It's kind of rare that the service accounts have like regular usernames like this. Okay, so we've got the hash for this service account. If we can crack this hash, then we can get access to the account. So this is more cracking stuff. So in this case, we're going to use hashcat to crack the hash. The reason we're using hashcat instead of John the Ripper is because I know the command for hashcat, and I don't know the command for John the Ripper. That's why we're using hashcat. Okay, so that's hashcat. This on output.txt. Okay, so we're doing more password cracking. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We forgot to specify a word list. Hold on. What are we looking at? netexec curb roasting. So netexec is such a popular program that it even has its own wiki page. And if you wanted to take a look at the same page I'm looking at right here, that's it. Zeno, hello. Oh, you got a drop? No problem, no problem. Thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you a fun redeem to send you off. Let's do some frog song. Pebble is here. Awesome, awesome. Everybody, if you want to learn some advanced pen testing techniques, then I highly recommend Pebble's stream, who just came in the chat. There's a shout out for Pebble. Go and follow his channel if you want to learn about some advanced pen testing. Pebble also does a lot of Windows hacking. So if you want to learn more about Windows hacking, that is the stream you want to go to. Okay, so what were we doing here? So hashcat, yeah. Okay, cracking with hashcat, output.txt, wordlist.txt. Okay, so this is where I got the command from. So we're just going to supply good old user share wordlists rocku.txt. Pebble also says hashcat has auto detection, shouldn't need to supply -m unless it thinks it could be multiple algorithms. Is that recent? Most of the time, I've never encountered auto detection on hashcat. That might be a recent thing. Don't think it's recent. But I've always used hashcat specifying which hash to hashing code to use. All right, so we managed to figure it out. So this is the hash. And over here, this is the password. So Rubius Hagrid. So this is a Harry Potter reference right here. Pebble, is that the name of the channel? It's been for that for a while recently. Okay. So Pebble, is that the name of the channel? Yeah. Let me get Pebble's links. So infosecstreams.com is a very good resource for learning about... Oh, HackSmarter is on, geez. And if you want to learn about all sorts of great InfoSec and cybersecurity streamers and where they stream, this is the place to do it. Where is Pebble's channel? Here it is. Okay, so this is Pebble's Twitch. And this is Pebble's YouTube. Okay, so same with John, unless it's advanced format. I mean, I have seen like auto detection with John the Ripper, less so with hashcat, but I don't use hashcat as much. Panacopanco says if you send it with no -m, then it can guess for you. Okay, and Den asks, how does it work? Why, as an authenticated domain user, can you check the password hash of another user? I mean, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about this question. So the CrowdStrike is a really big company, and CrowdStrike actually caused a really big computer outage last year when they pushed a bad update to their software. But yeah, I think you can. I think you can restrict this. I think if you've got if you configure Active Directory properly, you can prevent users from being able to do the curb roasting. The other thing is to not. Yeah. Anyways, let's go back. Windows values backwards compatibility over security by default, and it comes out of the box and configured. Panako Funko, why are you still here? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna complain, but it's like 4 a.m. or something where you are, right? Jeez. All right, so we got our password over here, Rubius Hagrid, and let's see. Pebble says you can't prevent curb roasting; it's part of curb roast. Oh, really? I mean, this is something I'm not really very well educated on. But Pebble, thank you for letting me know about that. You can't prevent curb roasting as part of curb roast. So how can you defend against it? Thanks for always sharing other hacker streamers. Very cool. I mean, listen, we're all part of a community. I can't tell everybody only watch my stuff, because that's not that's not how we make friends. All right, so echo out to users.txt. No, not users. It's creds. I think it's like R Haggard. Okay, in that case, would you not obtain the Kerberos ticket instead of the account password hash? I mean, the way you defend against curb roasting is you make sure that one way you could do it is you make sure that the passwords are very sophisticated and not something that can be cracked. Okay, so let's check to see if this is the correct credentials. Do that. We're still doing netexec, huh? Okay. Netexec. We got the username and the password. So we'll check SMB. Okay, so this is a valid credential pair. We can also check LDAP to see if they have access to... Oh, everybody has access to LDAP. Okay, Pebble says TGS is encrypted with an NTLM hash. TGS hashes are just a way of interpreting it for hash crackers. Okay, let's go ahead and... What do we got to do? From here, what we need to do is we need to start using Bloodhound. So we'll use Bloodhound to take a look. Wait. The first thing we want to do is we want to get some information for the Bloodhound program to ingest. Okay, so I think you can do it. Let me look that up. Specifying Bloodhound. Let's see, Bloodhound integration. Hold on, let me look this up. Okay. So the great thing about netexec is that netexec can do a lot of stuff for you. All right, so this is building magic.local. So we're just going to try getting some information. We'll use the Haggard credentials because they're here on the screen. Okay, let's see if we can collect some stuff. Could not find a domain controller. Consider specifying a domain or DNS controller. I guess we need to do that. Net exec help DNS server. Okay, thank you, Pebble. Pebble works with this stuff all the time. DNS server. I guess I'll provide the IP address. Okay, so we should have the output in here. So NXC, it should be an NXC hosted. Oh, it's not here. Why is it not here? Hold on. Where does it put this stuff? Hold on. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Reno. Reno says, thank you very much. Let's give you some Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Is it in one of these other directories? What time is it right now? Diva says, in the best case, you would get a BG dump for each compromised user. They can reveal different stuff, but probably not needed here. Oh, Bloodhound dump. In the best case, you would get a Bloodhound dump for each compromised user. Because they can reveal different stuff, probably not. Okay, well, let me try supplying the other credentials and see if it gets us something different. So the other user is something Whittleton. R. Whittleton. With the password Little Ron Ron. I mean, now there's something. It looks like there's something in here now. No, still nothing in here. Where does this end up? I need to figure this out. Let me put on some music just a second. Could you show the command? Yeah, let me. Okay, so this is the command I'm using here. Okay, so let me ask the question. Maybe so just look up Bloodhound, maybe it'll tell me. Bloodhound ingester, so collection all. To configure the name server, DNS timeout. Okay, command line options for DNS. The other collection methods can be found here. Divas says, I think it ends up in your NXC user directory in your home. Oh, really? Oh yeah, right. Okay, I think I've encountered that before. All right, so we have to go into our own home directory. There's a netexec directory in here. Okay, and then Protocol screenshots, workspaces. Okay, probably in workspaces. Default. Nope. It should show in the output. It should show in the output. I mean, does that mean that, hold on. It could be that it should be in logs. In logs? One thing I should check to see is if the machine has gone offline or not. Because the machine will go offline every hour or so. It says it's running. Okay, I'll try running it again, yeah. Maybe I'm using the wrong DNS. Maybe instead of using the IP address, I should use the domain controller. So dc.buildingmagic.local. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. I'm guessing that it should show up in NXC hosted. The other thing is, the other way we could do it is we could use another ingester, because maybe it's that Bloodhound isn't working right now. It's not running. You would see add debug. Debug. Error resolving host name. Name server, it's not a DNS. Oh, okay. Use the IP address for the DNS. Oh, no. It's supposed to be DC01. It's still... Okay, let me check my etc host file. dc01.buildingmagic.local. Okay, we'll try using the IP address instead. So what does it say? Connection refused on host. Connection refused on host. So this is my IP address? Oh, it's not using... Hold on, it's using my ETH1 IP address. It should be using my ton0 IP address. Use DC01 as the target. Could be VPN problems. Oh, no, it's working now. Yeah, okay, I was targeting the wrong... I was targeting the wrong machine. Okay, so we got the stuff. So it's going to be in here. So here, bloodhound.zip. This... Whoops. Okay, so this is the file path. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to figure out how to install Bloodhound, because I was having problems with Bloodhound before, and that's why I decided to do a new install of Kali Linux. So I need to figure out how to install Bloodhound and then run Bloodhound. And then figure out how to use the darn program, because I haven't used Bloodhound in quite a while. Okay, so let's see. Let's try installing Bloodhound. Okay, everybody. Should I install it from here or should I use another install method? Because there's another install method. That right there is a great example of how to fix stuff using debug logs. I mean, debugging is great. Yeah, you're right, Divas. Okay, so install Bloodhound CE under Kali Linux. Let's read this guide. Pebble says, I use their Docker Compose. So I remember going through this earlier today, Pebble, and I think let's see. So Spectre Ops is the company that makes Bloodhound. Okay, Community Edition Docker Compose example. Prerequisites. Using this Docker Compose configuration file requires a Docker compatible container runtime. So I'm not sure if Docker is. I'm pretty sure I haven't installed Docker yet, but I'm gonna have to install Docker at some time. So I'm gonna need to figure out how to do all this stuff. Docker Compose, which is automatically included with Docker Desktop. So Docker Desktop. How do we install Docker Desktop? Okay, installing Docker Desktop on Kali Linux. Sudo apt install docker.io should work. I mean, you have a lot of experience doing this stuff. I'll believe you. So sudo apt install docker.io. Yay, we're installing all the things. You see a progress bar going up, and you're happy. Docker Compose probably needed 2. Let's see. Couldn't open lock file, permission denied, are you root? I guess we need to do all this to sudo, of course. So remember, everybody, when you are not able to do something, try it with sudo. It might work. Okay, so after this, so we got Docker Compose, we've got Docker. Well, do we have Docker? Yeah, we've got Docker. Royal, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so now we can try downloading or installing Bloodhound. So if you're looking to run the application as quickly as possible locally and don't care about the configuration, you can simply copy the Docker Compose YAML file in this directory to a local location on disk that you want to run it from, then simply run Docker Compose up from that directory to start the application. To stop the application, simply run Docker Compose down. Okay, so the YAML file is this one, right? And then we download that file, and I'll move it into the temp directory now. So move downloads. Okay, and then run Docker Compose. Run Docker Compose up. Permission denied. Oh, okay, so I probably need to run sudo. All right, we're getting Docker stuff. Yay! Defa says they use a Bloodhound CLI file now to make it easy, but Pebbles is valid too. Well, I mean, everybody doesn't know until they know. Change the password. Wait, what are we doing? So this started. All right, creating new user Neo4j. Are we password set to this? Okay. I guess I'm just waiting for all this stuff to finish then. I'm going to need to copy that initial password. I'm hoping that they're going to put the initial password at the end of the output. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go searching for it, which is going to be a pain. They won't? Oh, no. Okay, let me go back up and grab the password. Okay, password set to this. So this is for the admin account, right? Okay, so Diva says you stumble upon this when you're reading the documents 3 times a week because you're reinstalling again. Okay, so I'm just going to put this in Docker password or something. No, wait, Bloodhound password. bhpass. Echo it out. Okay, and then... So, I mean, this thing is just running, right? Where is it? Yeah, so, okay. So it's up. Docker Compose up. The default ports are as follows. So useful when you need to run queries directly against the Neo4j web database. You can access the UI by going over here while the server is running. Okay, so it's running. Copy that. Okay, Bloodhound Community Edition. So this is the admin password. Login failed? What? Hold on. It is supposed to be admin, right? Let me just make sure. No. That's not the password. Never mind. Let me grab the password. This is the password. Okay. Am I in? Account password is expired. Please provide a new password for this account to continue. Expired password is this. New password is this. Must have at least 12 characters. Must have one lowercase. Okay, time to make a password. Alright, so this is not what you want to do when you're making secure passwords, but this is a password for Bloodhound. Password 123 exclamation point. This is not 12 characters, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And what else did they... Must have one of these characters, must have one number, one uppercase, one lowercase. I'm revealing all of my secrets for my super secure passwords, everybody. My favorite password. Yep. Okay. Okay, now we're in Bloodhound. So to explore the new environment, start by uploading your data on the file ingest page. So file ingest, getting started. I've forgotten how to use Bloodhound completely. So what do we want to do? We want to go to file ingest. So file ingest is here, upload files. So the file is in my home directory. No, not my desktop. Okay, so just a second, I need to figure out where this thing is. I've got it pasted in over here somewhere, right? Here. Nope. Thank you very much. HackSmarter has just is rating with a party of 14. HackSmarter, not harder. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so .nxc and then log something something. And thank you very much for following Hikari LMC. Thank you, thank you. And what were y'all working on the HackSmarter labs over at hacksmarter.com or .org? Because we're doing hacksmarter.org right now. Okay, so how do we show hidden files in here? Okay, so there's home. Oh, my name's the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity stuff on Twitch and on YouTube. And boys and girls, we have made it. Hello, nice to see you here. What are you doing? Hacksmarter.org. That is awesome. Yep, we're doing it. We're doing the Building Magic machine. Building Magic lab, rather. So let's see. Can somebody tell me how to show hidden... I guess you do it like this. Okay, so we're looking for .nxc, and then .logs, and then this zip file. Open that sucker up, upload the thing, and let's see. We were doing... Oh, share the pain. Yeah. Actually, OreoBite and I are going to be doing share the pain next week. And Adwitia, hello, nice to see you here. We're doing Windows hacking stuff. All files have been successfully uploaded for ingest. Close. Okay, so we got here. Are we still ingesting? Nice, it's a fun machine. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, I had no idea Shy Hat was doing HackSmarter Labs too. I mean, this is perfect advertising for you, HackSmarter. And I'm very appreciative that HackSmarter gave me access to the HackSmarter labs. I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm showing everybody else what's awesome about the website. Okay, so we've ingested now. Now what do we want to do? We want to go over to Explore. And brand new Linux lab dropping on Monday and an AD lab on Thursday. Wow, yeah, lots of new content over there. Okay, so, select a node to view. How do we load in the stuff? So search, begin by typing to search, prepended type followed by a colon to search for type, user Bob. It's loaded, just search for the compromised users. So we've got r.haggard at building.local. Okay, so we got this account here. All we need to do now is start looking for paths. How do we look for paths? So is it right click and then we can add, well, I can add this to owned accounts. We own this account. And are we supposed to display like paths? Object information. So member of. Click on Cipher, then click on the folder icon. And it'll have paths. Where is the word cipher? Oh, cipher. Cipher, and then click on the folder icon that appears. So here's a folder. And pre-built searches, let's see. I always check for groups and outbound privileges first for compromised users. So groups and outbound privileges. Okay, so I wish there was a course that I could use for Bloodhound, because I really want to get good at using this thing. So what are we searching for? We're searching for groups, domain information, dangerous privileges, Kerberos interaction, shortest paths. The course is 99% of the time groups and outbound privileges. So groups, member of 2. We got building, we got users and domain users. This isn't super useful here, but we're looking for, what was it? Outbound privileges? Outbound object control. Okay, so we've got another user here. So outbound object control got hpoch. And what kind of control? So when we say control, what kind of privileges does this give us? Oh, okay. So force change password. It should say the privilege if you click on it again. Okay, so we've got a line here that says force change password. So we can change the password of hpoch. What command do we? It should tell you what command you would use when we double click on this, right? Okay, so let's Linux abuse. Use Samba's net tool. Double click on the word force change password and you give out the okay, yeah. And Joseph Moore, thank you very much for the advice. I very much appreciate this, because I am really bad with Bloodhound. I'm really bad at Bloodhound. Okay, so we see what is this? So PTH net. We also have net RPC. So this is Linux, right? You can also change passwords over NXC if you want. Oh, how do we do that? Because I'm always up for learning about netexec. Yarn Kali and we'll use Linux. Okay, so change password. Change user password. Okay, let's take a look. So change the password of the current user. No, I don't want current user. Change the password of a different user. So change the password of a different user with force change password or admin privileges. Okay, so let me copy this. All right, let's. So we're doing netexec stuff, so might as well do it inside the right tab. Okay, so SMB. This is building magic. .local. So user pass. So this is r.haggard, and the password is, just a sec. Rubius Hagrid. Okay, so this is the password. Change at password module. So the user is, what is the name of the user again? hpoch. h.poch. Okay, new pass equals new password. So how about my favorite password? Password 123 exclamation point. Does it work? What did I do wrong here? Oh, is it actually? Looks like netexec. My netexec is out of date. So can we update netexec? Okay, so sudo apt upgrade nxc. Unable to locate package nxc. Okay, so what is the name of the package? Is it netexec? Okay, so I mean, we can update this, so I might as well try. So what kind of permissions user accounts are often the goal? Domain admin. So we're looking for either the domain controller computer account or a domain administrator account. But right now we're just upgrading our netexec program so that it can actually run the module. Okay, so after we change this user's password, we do a whole cycle again where we see what this user has access to, and hopefully we can get some elevated access from this. So the nice thing about Linux is that we can actually upgrade our software on the command line, and we usually don't have to restart our computers. Okay. So everybody from HackSmarter's chat, hello, nice to see you here. I'm if you haven't gotten the impression already, I'm not very good at hacking Windows computers. I'm much more comfortable doing Linux stuff. My name's the Shy Hat. I do a education program for teaching people about beginner cybersecurity skills. It's called HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and we cover topics like Linux OS operations, basic Python programming stuff, and what else? Defa says, did you say this was a fresh install? How is it not updated? That's a good question. I mean, by recent, this is from February of 2025. Before I was using some Kali Linux distribution from 2024, but it seems like there's a lot of stuff to install here. And Pretzel Pete, hello, nice to see you here. Pretzel Pete says, HackSmarter, yeah. HackSmarter, we were just rated by HackSmarter. HackSmarter is a InfoSec streamer. And if you didn't know, these are the links. Professional Hack. Thank you very much for Professional Hack. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Professional Hack, are you a professional hacker? Let us know. Okay, so that is the YouTube link, and there's the Twitch link. Okay, have we finished updating the thing yet? Oh, it's gonna take a long time. Pretzel Pete says, I just subscribed to you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pretzel Pete. Much appreciated. Oh, was that Pretzel Peteo something something? For some reason I didn't see it, but thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get
Okay, so as soon as this finishes updating, we can do all the hacks. Diva says, if you get the net installer image, it will ask you on installation what tools to install, and will pull the newest version of everything while installing. Oh, yeah, I haven't heard about that, Defus, but thank you for letting me know. So it says, have fun, guys. I'm heading over back to Portswigger Academy. Well, all the best of luck over at the Portswigger Academy for you, Sozo. So this says, have fun. I'm taking the Burp Suite Certified Professional exam tomorrow. Man, good luck. Good luck to Pebble with Burp Suite Certified Professional. That is a heck of an exam. You need to know a lot about web app hacking to do that. So Pebble, can you have you done a lot of the practice exams? And if you have done a lot of the practice exams, how many have you passed? So the practice exams are like 3. Is it 3 or 5? It's like 5 labs, right? And I think the actual exam is like 8 labs. I can't remember how many there are. It's been a long time. I guess while this is installing, we can talk about some other stuff. Jeez. All right, so let's see. HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is the program we do over here. We currently have the following topics. So we got Linux operations, we got programming, so it's Python programming, web app stuff, we got digital forensics and cryptography. This stuff right here is kind of iffy. Cryptography isn't super fleshed out. Network hacking is... I am happy with the network hacking course we have. So let's see. Pebble says, there are only 2 exams. There are 2 exams, okay? Each with 1 web app. Did them last stream. Oh, you mean for practice? Okay, I did it pretty well. 2 practice exams, that is. Well, the stuff that's covered by the practice exams is random each time, right? Okay, Pretzel Pete asks, how long have you been in cybersecurity for, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, I've been in cybersecurity since 2020. I started learning during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic. And hold on, let me put on some ads because they're running on Twitch right now. And you know what? I'll put on my favorite video. Here's my favorite video, everybody. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Okay, so aside from Bloodhound and NetExec, are there any other extremely useful tools for frameworks for Windows hacking? Bloodhound and NetExec, well, those are the 2 main tools as far as I know. Bloody AD. Actually, I don't know about Bloody AD. Oh, Certipy. Yeah, certification stuff is becoming very popular for Windows Active Directory hacking. Yeah, I've heard about that. What is Bloody AD again? Active Directory. Oh, okay. So this is a privilege escalation script. Responder is another big one, yeah. Okay, Active Directory, Privask, Swiss Army Knife. This is probably something I want to learn myself. Jeez, it seems like this seems like something I would benefit from learning how to use. Defus, have you tried the Burp Suite Certified Professional exam? I remember this is you do like cybersecurity stuff as a hobby, right, Defus? or do you do it as a profession? I don't quite remember. Still updating, geez. Oh, sorry. Pretzel Pete says, "How long have you been in security for?" Yeah, about 5. It's I'm doing year 5 right now. And you know what we could do? We could talk about what we want to put on the schedule next week, because I don't have a schedule. I don't have a schedule planned yet. Let me grab the schedule from this week, and we'll just talk about this for a little bit while this thing updates. Okay, so we got Linux Mondays, Web App Wednesdays, and Variety Fridays. So I'm still doing my gaming. I'm still playing The Witness for Mondays. HackerFrogs AfterSchool, we're going to be doing Linux Python stuff. So Python Basics, Session 2. Let's see. For the demo, ooh, what? My network connection is to be disconnected. Really? Pretzel Pete says, "Congratulations, I'm hoping to get into cybersecurity soon." Juan Bezra says, "Is it better to get a degree for cybersecurity or be self-taught if you have the materials?" I would say you don't need to get a degree for cybersecurity if you don't want to. If you benefit from a school environment, then maybe getting a degree in cybersecurity is okay. But if you've got, if you can decide what kind of role you want to get in cybersecurity, you're probably better off doing learning on your own. But everybody's going to be slightly different. Okay, we can still do this challenge over here because we didn't do this last week. Demo discussion, prompting LLMs to get better results. I think we can do another demonstration here instead. So which demonstration should we do? Let's see. Den says, "Geez, you're like an AD god." Well, Pebble does a lot of Active Directory hacking, and now Pebble is working for a pen testing agency where hopefully he gets an opportunity to use his AD testing skills on real AD networks. Diva says, "I actually ended up in IT because of my CS knowledge. My job before was something totally different." Does it have anything to do with cybersecurity by any chance? Okay, so demo. On Monday, the demo is going to be... I guess we could do a demo on Docker Labs, but which Docker Labs machine should we do? You know what I haven't done the demonstration for the sandwich? Volnix, right? Volnix sandwich? Just a second. So Volnix.com is another CTF platform. Restart to keep using Firefox. Why did my network connection reset? Okay, Volnix.com. Now it has, before I was selling gasoline. Okay, so Volnix.com, I think the machine was called Sandwich. Yeah, this was a really interesting challenge. We got to do a very rare web app attack. Well, one that I haven't really done anyways. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the machine. now I'm part of Mirai's botnet, of course. Okay, so yeah, we'll do the demonstration for the sandwich machine on Monday. Sandwich. Sandwich challenge, sure. Okay, and let's see. Web App Wednesdays, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be doing Hack the Web like we do all the time, but we're going to be doing some Python Basics Session 3. And we did our JWT hacking exercises over here. In a computer since 9 years old, and I pretty much did everything, not very deep, but everything. And out of all of this, cybersecurity is, besides gaming. So, Defus, what kind of gaming did you do? Or what gaming do you still do? I also come from a gaming background, but I don't come from a computer background. Okay, so Portswigger, JWT hacking exercises. You know what? I really want to learn about... So we're not going to do a demo, but we're going to go over to portswigger.net, and we're going to learn about cookie stealing. So cookie stealing labs. Because I really want to learn about that attack, how to do the cookie stealing using cross-site scripting. Okay, and we'll continue doing the web app challenges from OLIcyber. That's all good. So we'll do, for Friday, we'll do the news segment. So cybersecurity news, cyber news, cybersecurity news for end of September 2025. Okay, Pebble says, I think there's one cookie lab. There's only one? There's only one lab on cookie theft? I think there's also something on DVWA that talks about cookie theft as well. Okay, Diva says, I don't do a lot anymore, even though I do everything from casual console gaming to hardcore. Oh, MMORPG and grinding, okay. So Portswigger's whole course and labs are pretty cool, pretty straightforward. I like Portswigger's labs. I might like Portswigger's labs the best out of all the platforms that I've used before. Okay, so after school, Python programming basics. So Python basics session 3? No, 4? Session 4. We'll do more free hacking for the software hacking challenges. And this one here, we're doing HackSmarter. So this one is a challenge. HackSmarter.org. And we're going to be doing the Share the Pain challenge. With Oreo Bite, but I don't know if there's enough room to put on all that stuff. Okay, so we just need to change the dates. So September 26, September 24, and September 22. Okay, Worm Buffet says, "Is this a game?" No, this isn't a game. I'm just doing the schedule for my live stream for next week. Because we were waiting for something to install. Where is it? Here. New kernel available. Oh geez. Which services should be restarted? Just the ones that need to be, I guess. Okay. Defis Worm Buffet, hey, welcome to the stream. Pretzel Pete says, I love web app pen testing. I will see you on Wednesday for cookie stealing. Yeah, hope to see you there. Hope to see you there, Pretzel Pete. Let's see. Defis says, I've got a little side business providing IRL streaming servers and technical help to streamers, so basically my whole life is around computers. I mean, if you love what you're doing, then you never work a day in your life. Okay, so I think... So before we go, before we continue, I'm just going to update the Reddit, because we got the schedule for next week here. Okay, so I'm just going to do Let me just copy this to somewhere else, and then we can continue. Worm Buffet asks, are you using a virtual machine for Kali? Yeah, I'm using a virtual machine for Kali because I often mess up my configuration. Okay, let's reset that password. Unrecognized arguments, M change password. Oh, sorry. It has to be capital M. Right now we're doing, invalid choice. Is this? I get the feeling this isn't supposed to be SMB. This is supposed to be LDAP, isn't it? Is this supposed to be LDAP? No. Huh. Hold on. Okay, change the password of a different user. Change the... I would install it... Yeah, they didn't actually update to the latest. I would install it directly from their GitHub. How do we even do that? Alright. netexec GitHub. So how do we update this from GitHub then? So installation. You should just be able to do with pipx. Pipx. Okay, so do you just do pipx git? I don't think I have this tool. More installation, everybody. Pip pip hooray! Yeah, Worm Buffet, that is correct. Alright. Restarting the system to load the new kernel will not be handled automatically, so you should consider rebooting. After everything I said about how Linux doesn't need to restart, pipx ensure path. Whoops. Okay. All pipx. This is already in the path, so everything's ready to go. Okay. Pipx install. Oh boy. All right, I guess in the meantime I can update my stream schedule on Reddit. So this means I get to log into Reddit. Just a second, everybody. Log in with username and password. Just a second, I gotta grab those. Okay, and then let's publish our new schedule. So the new schedule is going to be week 38. Week 38, 38 weeks out of 52. Let's see, Den asks, what's your background in security? Also, why have you chosen security? Well, I mean, I thought hacking was really cool. That's why I chose security. Just a sec. What's my background in security? I worked previously as a web app pen tester for about half a year. but I decided that more than doing web app testing, more than doing testing, I enjoyed teaching more. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing teaching right now. I also love learning. I think learning is super cool. So it's another reason why I decided to pursue teaching. And you know what is super awesome? Teaching people online. People can just come in and they can ask their questions, and I can teach, and I can also learn, and it's all good. Okay. So Pretzelpate says, if I am going into cybersecurity, what certifications do you think I should get? So the first thing you should ask yourself is what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity, because your training and your certifications are going to be different depending on what job you're going to do. So if you're doing like defensive cybersecurity, you're not necessarily going to do the same training as people who are doing offensive cybersecurity. Okay, just a second. Let me grab the stuff from HackerFrogs. Pretzel Pete says web app. So web app pen testing stuff? Oh, web app pen testing, yeah. So what certifications do you think you should get? Well, I mean, if you're really serious about doing web app pen testing, you should go for the same certification that that Pebble is going for, the Burp Suite Certified Professional. Burp Suite. This one right here. So it's actually one of the cheaper certifications. If you have this and people see and understand what this actually means, then it will be very, very, very compelling to hire you to do web app pen testing. Difa says they still want you to know the basics of pen testing no matter what direction you choose. So it's the OSCP first, even though we don't like it. You know what? I really hope that changes, because OSCP doesn't really... It is not the best certification for showing people that you know about pen testing. Okay, so it says... Alright, so the installation finished. Does that mean I can run my darn command? Not cheap, need Burp Pro. So that, I mean, Burp Pro is $400, and the certification exam, how much does it cost, Pebble? I took a look. I think it was like under $100 the last time I checked, but that was like 3 years ago. Okay, Pebble, if you have if you've done this before and you have your notes, let me know. Let me know. Otherwise, I can look it up online. The official documentation doesn't seem to be right. NetExec. Force change password. Probably still using the old NXE binary. Where are you sure you're using the newest one? Okay, so let's find the NetExec binary. Which one? So it's probably this one, right? In the pipx one, in the pipx directory. User bin NXE local. Okay, so let's try running this one. What? Add missing option. Add missing section. Add missing. Okay. Did I just bork my installation? Okay, so Warren Buffet says, the cybersecurity field can be so overwhelming for me to choose at the moment, but I'm currently studying for the Google Cybersecurity 1. Then I'm going to move to the Security Plus and the Net Plus, just so I can have a better understanding of what I'd be interested in. Sudo apt remove netexec. Sudo apt remove. Man, what am I doing? Okay, well, I mean, if it's removed, it's probably isn't using the VNV, the virtual environment, by explicitly using that absolute path. Okay, so if we're not using the absolute path, it doesn't exist. So user bin nxc. Now, how do we move? How do we maneuver around this stuff? Because we know that netexec exists over here. Maybe we're going to be. Maybe we should use this .local, the .local bin. Pipx ensure path. Wait, what was that command again? Okay, so it's all one word. Okay, local bin is already included, so we should be able to just use... It's not netexec, it's going to be the local whatever one. What's the problem now? You changed the password. No, I didn't change the password. Okay, where's that path? So I think we're supposed to use this path. No response equals password changed. Wait, where did that happen?
I'm system root.
So this is where... Hold on. Okay, it looks like it worked. It looks like it worked. When you got these adding XYZ messages, when you got these adding... Okay. All right, let's... So our... What was it? hpotch. Let's try testing if we can get access as that user now. hpotch. hpotch. Password is password123 exclamation point. My favorite password. And we're not doing this. Wait, what's going on? I'm not getting an output. Hey, that's my password, of course. Diva says, when it added some variables to your NXE config because you were using the new version for the first time. VM up? Oh, you know what? It might not be up. It might not be up. It's been a while. It might have shut down. Oh, you know what? Hey, HackSmarter, are you still here? So, we were wondering if there was a better way to do the auto shutdown of the machines. Because it would be nice if we could extend the time on the virtual machines. Yeah, if we could extend the time on the virtual machines and it told you how much time you had left, that would be a very cool quality of life stuff. Quality of life improvement. Thank you. As long as it says, as long as you have a VPN connection and are interacting with the machine, it stays on. How long ago did you actually interact with the machine? Really? Well, I mean, it has been a little while. It has been a while since we've interacted with the machine. So that might be it. Okay, that didn't work. So is my netexec working right now? Hold on, let's just try pinging out to the system. Okay, so machine's not up for me right now. Let me check again in a couple of minutes. Also, your target is DC01. But if you're on the VPN, the machine shouldn't shut down. Pretzel Pete says, bye, keep up the good work. I love platforms that teach you how to do stuff and learn at the same time. See you on Wednesday for web app pen testing. Yeah, hope to see you there. But it should be fine since you added it to your hosts. So let me copy this again. It says it's running. Let me reload the page. Okay. And then I'll try using nmap with the actual IP address. Okay, it's up now. It's up. Great. So let's try using our netexec stuff. Okay, we're getting... Ooh, what? Status logon failure? SMB, R Haggard, Rubius Hagrid, change password, didn't work. Oh. We should be... Yeah, no, okay. Defa says you should be target the domain controller. DC01. Okay, that worked. Well, I think it worked. Awesome. Yeah. I'm glad we're back on track. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate all the help from chat, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have been able to get this far if I didn't have people helping me out. And Mr. Nguyen? Hello, nice to see you here. Keep doing good work. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much for coming by. And Lemon Life and Edward Seb, lots of YouTube people. Hold on, everybody. I need to take a little break to take a little bit of water. All right, so everybody, it is... What time is it? It's woodpecker time. Here you go. All right, we'll be back in 30 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, everybody, just in case you didn't know, this is a northern flicker woodpecker. It's a fairly common bird in North America, but it also has this mustache. So the males have this mustache. It's either red or it's black, and it's a very, very handsome bird. Let's put the bird away, though. Let's get back to the hacking. Amin says it's 5 a.m. guys. See you next time. Hope to see you next time, Amin. Thank you very much. All right, so let's get back to the hacking. We just finished changing this user's password, and let's go ahead and get to hacking. All right, so we've got the new password 123. Let's see if it works. Diego Medrano says, where are you located? I'm in Canada. Western Canada, around Vancouver. HackSmarter says, I just opened a ticket with the devs to investigate the machine shutting down. We'll get it fixed ASAP. Well, I mean... I did spend a long time not communicating with the machine, so it could be on my end. It could have been my bad. But me and OreoBite did encounter this last week. So last week we were working on the machine and it shut down after an hour. But it's something that I need to look into as well. Pebble is asking for the hard and insane labs because Pebble is all about that life. Max spent 10 minutes idle on the machine. Yeah, I mean, you know, let's let's do a little bit of investigation, sure. But HackSmarter, are you going to add insane machines for Pebble? You should make a lab for the platform, says HackSmarter. Well, that's Pebble probably knows what makes a good Windows Active Directory machine. I'll tell you what. Okay, so we got access with the hpoch user. So let's see what file shares they have access to. 1 week CTF incoming. Okay, so we've got read-write on file share, central repository of Building Magic's files. So we should probably investigate this now that we have access. So SMB client, oh man, I don't know how to use SMB client. No, I mean, usually I don't remember what the command syntax is. Okay, let me look that up. I got it in my notes. SMB client dash Building Magic local use inpacket SMB client. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm used to using these older. Let's see, $50 per machine or the year's access to the platform. That's tempting. Okay, what are we doing? So SMB client, Building Magic local, and then file share. And then U for user. So hpoch. Okay, the password is... What is in here? There's nothing here! What the frick? What do you mean there's nothing here? Central repository of Building Magic's files and there's nothing inside? Alright, well, I mean, I guess we could always take a look at what this user has for Bloodhound. Maybe hidden files? How do we reveal hidden files? dir, like, force? No. dir/ah. You know what? I mean, let's see. We can write. So we've got file write. Then we could test to see if we can upload to the web app. So is it file? It's like put. Let's just put the passwords here. And if we can access this file on the web app, then we have potential... What is it called? File upload attack. Okay, so let's go over to buildingmagic.local. What? Okay, so this doesn't exist. What about on port 8080? Because we know that there are two web servers. So there's a web server on port... What is it? Wait, wasn't there... I could have sworn there were web ports on this machine. Let me try nmap scanning again. Yeah, there is port 80 and there is port 8080. 8080, okay. Yeah, okay, so 8080 has some sort of web application. But we don't have access to it. Wait, I think there was like an uploads directory here as well. Maybe not. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pass this user to Bloodhound to see if we can get any new privileges with this user. So this user is hpoch. Where is it? hpoch. Here we go. Okay, so this user, if we're going by what Pebble said, we should probably take a look at their groups. So this user's groups, these are normal groups, and their outbound object control. Outbound object control is for hpoch. I mean, this doesn't... Oh, the other thing we should figure out is if this user can log in. Okay, select it by clicking on it. So, clicking on it. So this, we should probably list this as owned. So add to owned. Member of outbound okay, so we don't... Member of users and domain users. Okay, so the other thing we can do is we can check to see if they've got special privileges. Have you checked shares of your previous user, like the one that you owned? Yeah, I've checked the ones for the other users previously. Let's get out of here first. Let's check to see if they have WinRM access. Was that write access new? Which write access? Oh, this one, yeah, no. What the write access, yeah, this is new. So this is for the file repository. What was that command? So SMB client, file share, yeah. Let me do this in another tab, since this is remote access. Oh, this is actually Bloodhound. Never mind. This is Bloodhound. Okay, let's call this remote access. Could try NTLM theft. Let's see. WinRM would only be if you're part of the remote management group. That's also correct. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. So password. So we managed to successfully upload this, but I don't know if this is web accessible. I guess we can also do another tab where we investigate the web app. So web app enumeration. Let's make this a fun color. GoBuster. Oh, I don't have my GoBuster command saved. Let's see, NTLM theft, not sure if it's in the scope for this difficulty level. Let me take a look. At the very least, we can learn something new. I don't think we're using this again. A tool for generating multiple types of MTLM hash theft files. I'd also check if ADCS is in scope. It's definitely in scope. NTLM theft is in scope. Okay, so Edwin Sub says, don't you use tmux? So the reason why I don't use tmux, there's a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is that I want everybody to see stuff in full screen so that it's all very, very easy for the viewers to see what was going on in the terminal. The other reason is that, well, when you use tmux, sometimes the viewer doesn't know what they're supposed to be looking at. Should they be looking at the right window? Should they be looking at the left window? And I like to make it easy for people to watch. Okay, so what were we doing? So we're talking about NTLM theft. It's definitely in scope, says HackSmarter. So I will take that as an indication. So I haven't done this before. So what is NTLM theft? Is my terminal too confusing when I stream at the Shy Hat? I mean, I'm not going to comment on anybody else's preferences. It's just that I prefer to make everything as big as possible. Just to make it easier, you know, as easy as possible. That, and you know, my eyesight isn't that good, so I like to make the text extra big for me. Okay, so let's see. Use cases when you want to run this. NTLM theft is primarily aimed at pen testers and red teamers. Use it to perform internal phishing. Okay, so it may also be used for external phishing. I found it useful while pen testing to easily see what types of files I have available to me, rather than spending time configuring a specific attack that I could be used on red teaming engagements. You could send in .rtf or .x file to HR department, add something something. Okay, so these instructions will show you the requirements for how to use NTLM theft. NTLM theft requires Python 3 and XLSX writer. I'm pretty sure I don't have this, but I can probably check very easily. Python, let's see, import this. Oh, it exists. So I don't need to install it. That's great. That's great. Okay, okay. What else? It says startup. The tool for parameters must be provided in input format. Generate server file name. Okay. Here's an example of what a run looks like generating all the files. Python 3, NTLM theft. Okay. Here's an example of what a run looks like generating only modern files. Here's an example of what a run looks like generating only the XLSX file. Okay, so I don't actually know what this attack actually does, so I'll try asking the AI, because I've never done this attack before. Mr. AI, where are you, Nan? Just a sec. We were looking at Claude earlier. Time to do some research. What is a Windows NTLM theft attack? We are planning on trying it out on a CTF target. NTLM theft attack, also called NTLM relay or hash theft, is a legitimate pen testing technique used to capture Windows authentication credentials. Since you mentioned this is for a CTF environment, I'll explain the concept. Okay. So this is going to attack how Windows handles authentication by tricking clients into sending their NTLM hashes to an attacker-controlled server instead of the intended legitimate server. Oh, you know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been doing... This is a cool tool by Overgrown Carrot that automates much of it. SMB Killer. You know, I haven't heard from Overgrown Carrot in a while. Overgrown Carrot is another InfoSec Twitch streamer, but I haven't heard from them in a long time. Okay, so we got some README. Used to get NTLM hashes from SMB. HackSmarter says he made the Share the Pain machine on HackSmarter. Oh, awesome, awesome, wow. And thank you very much for subscribing, Tara Baheho, and the HackSmarter Linux machine that just came out. Wow, I mean, I'm sure there's some reason that Overgrown Carrot isn't streaming as much. Probably super busy with their own professional work. So we got SMB Killer. Well, I mean, I guess all we need to do is OS argparse systime, some colorama. I don't know about color stuff, but copy the raw file. This is called SMB Killer. Okay. So if we're running this tool, what arguments do we need? So let's see, RR host, LL host, D domain, I interface. Okay, I should probably finish reading about what this attack actually is. HackSmarter says he's been helping a lot with HackSmarter with building and testing machines. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, so Defa says NetExec can do this too for some file types, but this is relatively new. Library MS version isn't implemented on most of the tools yet. Okay, so Pebble says most common is the SCF file, which is used to specify the icon file location for the SMB share. You know, I had a friend who talked a lot about this. Yeah. If you set the location to a remote SMB share with a challenge, you can usually steal the NTLM version 2 hash as sent over. I should probably set up a responder, like a responder tab. Because it is something that is very, very useful. Okay, so responder, I think you had responder must be run as root. Edwin Seb asks, are there free labs in HackSmarter? There's a couple of modules that are free on HackSmarter. Well, they're pay what you can. They're pay what you can modules. I think the Sliver C2 modules for Windows and Linux, but HackSmarter probably has the complete lowdown because it's his website. Okay, so the mandatory I, so the interface is going to be ton 0. Okay, so I guess it's working now. All right, we'll just we'll have this running in the background, and every time I stream my channel, I make the lab I'm working on free for the duration of the stream. That is a good motivation for people to watch HackSmarter streams. Let's give HackSmarter a shout out. There you go. Okay, so I need to do a little bit of reading about this attack. Since you mentioned this is for, okay, NTLM theft attacks exploit how Windows handles authentication by tricking clients into sending their NTLM hashes. So, to the attacker-controlled server instead of the intended legitimate server. So SMB relay attacks, redirecting SMB authentication requests. Responder tool, SMB relay attacks, responder tool, evil twin attacks, UNC path injection. So tools commonly used for CTFs, responder, impacket, metasploit. Oh no, I said the M word. They're going to ad rate my they're gonna ad rate my YouTube channel. Anyways. Okay, Vitography. Hello, nice to see you here. I didn't see your message earlier. Sorry about that. Is Try Hack Me or Hack the Box any good? Yeah, I mean, Hack the Box and Try Hack Me are very, very highly regarded platforms. Try Hack Me is better for beginners, and Hack the Box is very good for people who are more seasoned, I would call it, in terms of CTF boxes, network hacking, and like web app hacking. CyberNoipy says, are you familiar with Hacking the Art of X? Can't install the ISO for it. That's interesting. Hold on. I need to change up my music yet again. How about some of this? But yeah, they're both great platforms, Try Hack Me and Hack the Box. It really depends on where you are in your cybersecurity journey. If you're at the beginning, then Try Hack Me is usually going to be the better choice. But if you've been at this a while, then Hack the Box is going to be increasingly more satisfying for you. CyberNorpy says, also speaking of Hack the Box, how's Hack the Box Academy? Is it free all the way? No, Hack the Box Academy is not free all the way. There are quite a few modules that are free, but most of the modules are paid. Okay, so you'll likely be looking for some misconfigurations like disabled SMB signing. So we do have access to the file account. So okay, and Pebble also mentioned a cool trick is to put an at the start of the file name so that it appears to be at the top of the directory to ensure it's loaded by Explorer instantly. So let me try it out. So we're listening over here, and let's create a file. So echo out. This is a test, and we'll make a file called @malicious.txt. Okay, let's go ahead and try uploading this. I mean, we got access over here. Put does not exist. What directory am I working in here? And what directory am I working in here? This file exists. Why can't I upload it? Do I need to remove NT status user session deleted opening remote file? Oh, it's interpreted as a remote file? Wait, what? What happened? Hold on. NT status user session deleted. I have not encountered this before. It's not going to do anything. I'd check out the tools Tyler and I provided. Oh, well, I mean... Okay, let's get out of here then. Alright, so the first tool is, let's see, SMB Killer was over here, right? What are we looking for? The other thing I don't really know about this tool is exactly how to use it, so maybe I should take a look. So NTLM theft, a tool for generating multiple types of NTLM v2 hash theft files. Okay, so this is an open source Python 3 tool that generates 21 types of hash theft documents. These can be used for phishing, CyberNoipy says, I'm shooting for CompTIA Network Plus, apparently. Network Plus is also a huge HR thing, and Security Plus is not enough for entry level. I mean, Network Plus is good. It's a good course in general. It teaches you a lot about basic networking stuff. Okay, browse to file, folder containing this, URL field, use cases, why you want to run this, okay? Getting started. Prerequisites, required parameters. Choose generate all files or specific file types. The IP address of your SMB hash capture server. Responder, impacket, okay. File name. The base file name with that extension can be renamed later, for example, test, board meeting, etc. Okay. Here's an example of what it looks like generating all the files. Okay, so, I mean, generating all the files seems to be an easy way to do it. Oh wait, I don't even have the Python script here. Or do I? No, I don't think I do. So I need to get the darn thing first. Okay, no NTLM theft. And then we can run the thing. Where are the examples? Okay, here's my example. Generating all files. So here's the command. Let's see. No such file. Temp, templates, shortcut link. Created tests. Gotta change the IP. Okay, so I'm guessing that we're dealing with the ton0 interface here. So ton0 is this. Get clone it, it needs templates. Okay. Let's get clone it then. Okay. And let me grab the command one more time. Here we go. So I just need to make sure to replace the IP address with my ton0 one then. ton zeros here. Okay, generation complete. Okay, so nothing happened in responder. Is this working on a specific port? Lots of random files. Yup, lots of random files. Need to upload the files. Okay. Like I said, I haven't really done this attack before, so... And a victim needs to perform the action required. Okay, so we can start uploading those files. Those are created in this directory. We probably need to start our... Yeah. Is there an SMB client command that uploads everything in your current directory? What are we thieving? We're trying to get NTLM hashes. Okay. Just a second. Let's move into the correct directory. Pebble says you're not streaming anymore? No, Pebble still streams. Pebble streams on Sundays. Pebble streams on Sundays, but Pebble doesn't have time to stream multiple days a week because he's got work and all that stuff. Okay, so let's do the SMB client command from here. Whoops. Star doesn't exist. Okay, so we're gonna have to do this one at a time. Is there has to be, right? There has to be something that puts everything at once. Let me search for this. I'm just asking ChatGPT on the side. Okay, so we just run a couple of commands like oh, awesome, it's working. Okay, Flesh Wound says you had me at Mitnick, get those hashes. Well, I'm trying. Okay, so Diva says, did you know that most times you can mount SMB shares? Did you know that's how you're supposed to use it in real life? Input learned a new thing. Yeah. So I mean, apparently you have to run a few different commands first, but you can just do input. Let's see if responder has. Okay, so we got a byte. So we got our Grangon, and we can send this directly to. We can pass the hash, right? Huge. Okay, so this is new user. How do we pass NTLM hashes? I haven't done this in a while. Can't pass a hash with NTLM. So we're going to have to crack this. Either crack or relay. Okay, let's get out of here. crack or relay. So we'll add this to the users. Okay, and so NTLM hashes, how do we crack those? I guess we could call this a brute force attack. Okay, so John the Ripper. Let me do a little bit of research. John the Ripper NTLM hash. Hashcat is always hashcat hash wordless, easy to remember. I'll try asking the AI. Okay, what command do you use to crack NTLM hashes with John the Ripper? Hashcat was what I was thinking. Well, I'll just try asking here. If it doesn't decide that. Okay, format NT. So it's just format NT. Not super complicated. If it works, not super complicated. Let's give it a try. Are we in the correct? I don't think we're in the correct directory. Let me copy this, then we'll move into the correct directory. Actually, I know where it is. Is this not the... No, hold on. Where did I create that? Not here. Man. I didn't... Where did I put that hash file? Oh, you know what? I did put it in the... Oh, jeez. I put it in the home directory. Using default input encoding, no passwords loaded. Okay. NTLM version 2 hash is what we're dealing with. What if we're dealing NTLM v2? Okay, I guess we just replace it with this. That is, if the loaded one password hash rock you... Oh, okay. Forgot to use the full file path. User share wordless. Done. Okay, great. Casually located in temp. No, not the one located in temp. Thank you, Divas. Okay, magic forever. We've got another user. We got another set of credentials. I guess I will add that to the pile. Okay, so it's Magic Forever. What's the name of the user again? It is R Grangon. add this to creds.txt. Okay, and let's confirm the credentials. Okay. This is a valid set of credentials. Okay, we can also check this user in Bloodhound, because we need to learn how to use Bloodhound. So let's see. H dot. What is the name of the user again? H Grangon. Grandon, or is it Grangon? Grangon. Here we go. Okay, so this is an owned user. And we need to check their... Oh, they've got an extra membership. Okay, remote management users. Okay, so this is... I think we're getting pretty close to the end. So we've got... we can use Evil WinRM. So let's check to see if they have WinRM access. Okay, so they've got WinRM access, so we'll use Evil WinRM to get access, to get what is it called? Remote access to the target. I haven't used Evil WinRM in a while, so I'm just gonna look up the command syntax for it. Okay, so it looks like this is the type of syntax you want to use. Evil WinRM building magic dot local. The username is, what is it? H Grangon. Password is magic forever. Okay, and who am I? We are Rangon. Great. Alright, let me call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got into the system. I'm sure he has got a lot to say.
Hey there, everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Building Magic Administrator, it seems like there is a lot of different things we did to pivot from user to user to user, and then finally get access with the WinRM protocol. That is a big mistake.
A hacking?
Is this a hacking? Yes, it's a hacking. We're hacking right now. Anyways, we got into your system. Blah. Hopefully we can get privilege escalation soon. But until then, now we're in.
Alright, so it's, wow, this was a wild ride. This is a wild ride, especially for somebody like me who hasn't been doing a lot of this stuff, this Windows hacking, but what do we do from here? I guess we could take a look around. Let's see. So the... What? Is there nothing in here? There's nothing in the documents directory. Really? Alright. Maybe there's a flag on the desktop. Okay, so there's a user file. Like when the scary hacker voice man can't hold his laugh. Well, I'll have to have a conversation with him about that. Alright, so we got the user.txt, and is there a place for us to submit flags? Let me check. Okay, so yeah, I don't see a flag submission portal. Oh, what is the user flag? What is the... Okay. Alright, let's see if I can... Well, you know what? I'll switch over to another scene while I submit the flag so that I don't expose the flags. So just a second. Okay, everybody, I just submitted the user flag. Just wanted to hide it so that it didn't expose the flag on stream. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, so what are we doing from here? So I needed to log out so I didn't expose the flag. So here I am going back in. Alright, so privilege escalation. It's been a long time since I did any privilege escalation stuff on Windows. What can I do? So what else does this user have? Okay, so we've got remote management, but I don't think this user has anything else. Oh yeah, the privileges. Yes, that's true, that's true. Who am I? Okay, so let's see. SE machine account privilege. SE backup privilege. SE backup privilege is a privilege escalation. Yeah. Okay. So SE backup privilege. I need to look this up again. I think I've got it somewhere in my notes. I've got this stuff. Let me look up the exact command. SE backup privilege. Okay, so this user has access to the sam.hive file because they're because they've got access to it. So how's the box till now? Is it fun? I've been learning a lot. So that's always a good thing. Let me go ahead and where is the sam.hive? So we can copy the sam.hive and system.hive with the following commands. So reg save hklm/sam sam.hive. And then reg save hklm/system system.hive. Invalid key name. Did I misspell this? Oh, I did misspell it. Okay. Okay, so from there we can download the files to our attacker machine. So from Evil1RM we can download files very easily. We just do download sam.hive and then download system.hive. Then we use the Impacket secrets dump program to extract the usernames and hashes for a more convenient format. Okay, so we're just going to need to... And Vibrator, hello, I can't read, is that Arabic? I can't read that. Please, if you can type in English, that's much appreciated. Time to wait 3 minutes. Wow. Wow. All right. Well, let me check to see if I can. Okay, week 39 stream schedule. We just need to wait a bit. Could you please try if the netexec SMB backup operator works with this? Oh, you know what? That would be much more convenient. Defus, do you know what the command syntax looks like? If you give me the command syntax, I can do it much faster. Okay, so I think I can just post this. So this is the schedule for week 39 next week. Post that thing. Week 39 stream schedule. So if anybody's interested in taking a look. Oh, today's Friday, isn't it? Jeez. TGIF, everybody. Yeah, this is going to take a while. netexec SMB with M backup operator at the end. Okay, let's... Okay. Here's my evil 1RM stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait for this to finish downloading first, but we will get to it. Thank you, Defus. Because you know what? I'm always looking for ways to shortcut with netexec. Okay, so what is the name of that attack? So we took a look at the sandwich attack. So I think it was called something web app. Sandwich attacks from reset password to account. So this is what we were taking a look at, and it took a really long time for me to get this working, but I'd like to be able to demonstrate this next week. It's basically a method where you can guess the hash that is being used we can guess the token that is being used to reset a user's account. So in this case, you need to control an account and you need to make a password reset request for your own user, and then the target user, and then your own user again. And then from the tokens that you receive, you extrapolate a valid token for the target user. Sir C, hello, nice to see you on YouTube. Thank you for the subscription. Let's go ahead and take a look. So we downloaded the thing successfully. Let's get out of here. And let's test what Defus was talking about. So Defus was talking about netexec. What is it? Is it SMB? Backup operator? So -m backup _ operator. NXC module object has no attribute. Strip root key. Huh. I wonder what went wrong here. So this is supposed to be SMB, right? Have you, Defus, have you gotten it to work before? Probably needs to be in the backup operators group. Could be. Okay, so we've got the sam.hive and system.hive file, so we can use Impacket. So Impacket secrets dump. Here. Okay, so we have a local administrator here. I mean, it is not local, right? It is local. Can we make it for domain as well? Yeah, there's no domain. It's just local. All right, we've got the administrator. We have the administrator hash. Defa says it's done. It's done. It's the DC. Well, okay. That makes sense. Okay, administrator. This is the LM hash is this, right? No, the NT hash. This is the NT hash. So if this is the NT hash, then we do evil WinRM again, but as administrator this time. And we supply a hash, and this is the hash. Are we in? So if we get in, then we're essentially finished the box. Did the machine go down? I think the machine must... The machine went down. Okay. So let me check the machine. Where are we? Here we are. Yeah, the machine stopped. Okay, I need to start it up again. So we can finish the machine, and then we can finish the stream. So yeah, I guess if HackSmarter is still here, yeah, I wasn't idle at all. So I guess there is it does time you out after an hour. So on my wish list, it would be nice if this told you how much time was left, or if you could extend the time by an amount of time. But then again, HackSmarter also said that if you're interacting with the machine, then the machine shouldn't shut down. So either or. Let's go ahead and go back to netexec. See if this works. Oh, I also need to figure out if... Okay, so we can interact with the machine now, so we should be able to log in via EvilWinRM. That'd be the proper solution if interacting, then no shutdown. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, exiting with... What was the... administrator... I didn't think so. One more step. One more step. So do we need to crack this hash? We didn't get anything new from... Yeah, we didn't get anything new from responder. I can probably shut responder down. And... Okay, so administrator was with a capital A. Okay, let's I didn't use a capital A, so sometimes that really matters. Caps don't matter in the Windows world. So is it supposed to be capital H for EvilWinRM? Is it lowercase h or capital H? I'm pretty sure it's capital H. No, the capital H is good. Let me let's see. Let me EvilWinRM help. Yeah, H for hash. Okay. So I would verify with netexec. Netexec also does pass the hash, right? Yeah. We've done it before. Okay, so it's administrator. My guess is this is actually the machine's account hash. So is it capital H in netexec? I don't remember. Ah, right, capital H. Why does it... oh, maybe lowercase h is for... Okay, we got logon failure. So Pebble guesses that this is actually the machine account hash. So if this is actually the machine account hash, then we would actually try to log on as DC01. Or what was it? $sign DC01? Like this. Oh, sorry, it's capital. Okay, so it's not that. Let me grab that administrator hash. Do we need to crack this one as well? Oh, the no need to crack NTLM. Okay. Is it DC01 $sign? Okay, that's not it. Pebble says, no dollar? No dollar? Local auth? Local. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's worth a try. Okay. So we want to... do we stick the $sign on the end here? Or maybe we could try administrator. Neve's asking if we're struggling with AD. Yeah, we're struggling. We struggle and then we make a breakthrough, and then we struggle and then we make a breakthrough. It's a continuous cycle. Okay. I mean... let me try EvilWinRM again. Is it the same hash after the restart? Oh, right. The hash might be different. The hash might be different after the restart. Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then we need to get back in. Yeah. Doubt it. Well, let's do it one more time. So rm system.hive, rm sam.hive, then log in as the other user again. Yeah, this one. Okay, and then do the things. Reg save hklm sam.hive. And then we get to wait for a bunch of time. That's fine. Why is this command taking so long to resolve? Okay, let's make sure we have access to the machine. Yeah, still running. But for some reason, this command doesn't want to go through. Is the machine having a hard time? Let's try logging in from another terminal. Okay. Huh, these files are still here. Wait, what? Oh, are these persistent? I don't see how they would be persistent. Let me try getting rid of them. And then we'll try re-getting them. Okay, and then system.hive. Okay, and then we will download you should get ntds.dit that contain domain creds. Do we have access to that? Well, I mean, we should have. I guess we should have access to it if we're the backup user. So where is that file, ntds.dit? Okay, this is going to take a while to... You need to use disk shadow to make a backup of it. Brennan, hello, nice to see you here. You end stream now, I'm late. Okay. So let's see, ntds. So I don't think I've done this kind of hack before. Need to use disk shadow to make a backup of it. Let's leave this in the background. Brennan asks, when is the stream ending? It should be ending in the next 20 minutes or so, if I can get this stuff to work. Okay, extracting password hashes from the ntds.dit file. I wonder if this actually has instructions. Okay, so the first step is to get a copy of the file. It's not as straightforward as it sounds because this file is constantly in use by the AD and therefore locked. If you try to simply copy the file, you will see an error message. There are several ways to around this roadblock. Okay. Create a volume shadow copy retrieve them. Okay. Going back to the AOE book, I may have found the issue. Cover your tracks. I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't need to cover our tracks here, but, you know, it'd be nice. Create a volume shadow copy. I mean, is this a common command? This seems to be a better article. Okay, let me take a look. Pebble, you must have done this attack a few times, seeing as how you've done dozens and dozens of Windows systems. So let's see. Windows Prevask with SE backup privilege. Okay. So disk shadow and robocopy. So this is the method you're talking about, right? So the first method involves running Windows built-in utilities disk shadow and robocopy. Hundreds. Disk shadow creates a copy of the currently used drive, while robocopy copies files. Okay, so we see here's the full script and background breakdown of the commands below. Alright, let's download successful. Great. Let's try running these commands. Set verbose on, set metadata. I mean, am I just copying and pasting? Set metadata. Set context. That's within the disk shadow command. Okay. Hold on. So we just run disk shadow first. Okay, so disk shadow error reading from console. Pipe has been ended. Okay, well, I mean, we'll investigate this in a bit. I want to check to see if the wait, did these not copy over? What? Oh, we're in the wrong directory. Just a second. Gotta use the script to import the commands. I hate that with... Yeah, hold on. Okay, let's go into this directory, and now we've got the SAM and whatever here. Okay, let's run impact and secret dump again. Spent hours on this situation the first time. You also have to change the encoding while copying the script over to Windows. Sounds complicated. Okay, we've got... So this is the hash, right? Just this part. This is the administrator. We don't need to supply the rest of the hash. Administrator. Where's my netexec? Netexec. That's why I have Unix to DOS in bold on my notes. Okay, that's not It seems like it's the same hash. So not LDAP, not SMB, LDAP maybe? No. But SMB is the bare minimum. Oh man. So what is up with so disk shadow doesn't work. So disk shadow says error reading from console Win32 error. This goes over it. Okay, we got another we have another article to go over. Okay, if you're SE backup privilege, you can use that privilege to read and get any file from the target machine. Import DLLs, create a, what was it? Change the file format. Use disk shadow to explore the funk of copy, the funk of copy. Now you can copy any file. No, I don't work in the US. I'm not in the US, I'm in Canada. Okay, so is this... Do we need to upload these DLL files? Okay, everybody, I might have to call this and do it off stream, because it is getting pretty dang late. It's getting pretty dang late. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid into. info6streams.com. It's just me. Okay, let's see who's on Twitch. Just do the VSS DSH stuff. So you're talking about this? No, wait, where is that? This stuff, right? Okay, I'll work through this, but I really do need to get some dinner. And there is Moohoodles. Moohoodles is streaming. We like raiding into Moohoodles because she is a really cool NASA and space-oriented streamer. Yeah, we learned a lot of stuff today. Oh, they're not actually they're not actually at the terminal right now. Hold on, let me see if I can get another streamer. There's also science streams on right now. Okay, so we'll raid into science streams. They are doing... Oh, they're looking at ants. Yeah, we love ants. Okay, awesome. Let's start the raid. Okay, everybody, when you arrive over at the science streams, please give this message: OSFrog, hip, hop, hack, OSFrog. I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And everybody, we're gonna be streaming again on Monday, so please look forward to that. Everybody, have a great weekend and have a great rest of rest of the weekend. Yes, have a great weekend. Anyways, HackerFrogs out in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.